Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast The Storm, where socially awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the Nerdy Occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Hi, folks. What a week, huh?
Yep. And I am your host, last time will wannabe, the Brainstormer of Pop Culture. How is everyone doing tonight?
I am doing fine, despite the fact that we're in a calm before a literal storm that might lead to the world being burnt to the freaking ground again. But, you know, it's
what else?
2020, so what else is new?
Got another month of this shit.
Fortunately, in about a week, you'll be able to drink, so that might be a good thing, or it might be horrible, depending.
Probably my first drink will be my last drink.
I hope it's at least some really good stuff then.
I'm hoping whiskey, like a shot of whiskey or something.
On that note, Honey Jack is surprisingly really good if you're into whiskey. If you hypothetically think you might be into whiskeys, I would start with Honey Jack. But I would also recommend with water and ice and drinking it very slowly, because it can hit you pretty hard if you drink it all at once.
All I know is I do not want to drink like a simple fucking beer. I ain't no red.
I know exactly how you feel. When I turned 21, we went on a wine and beer tasting, and my mom offered me some of her Bud Light, and that was my last ever Bud Light, because Bud Light tastes like shit.
I've smelled Bud Light. It's like I said, I'm no redneck. Like I can't drink simple beer. Like I feel like I'm too sophisticated for it. No offense, though.
None taken, given that that's exactly my approach to it as well. Although I will say, as far as beers go, Blue Moon is the one that I find I can tolerate. So if you get a chance to try Blue Moon, it's not that bad.
Mm.
But yeah, anything lighter than that, and you're basically just drinking rainwater that tastes like shit and doesn't even provide a substantive buzz. So yeah, avoid super light beers, and you'll be fine.
Okay, so we have kind of a, well, I'd say exciting night planned, but it's honestly, it feels like our souls are going to be drained by the end of the night. So, which is nothing new, obviously, but yeah. So we had this video planned last week, but due to, well, effectively us again, the soul being drained.
Yeah, it needed to be moved, and honestly, it's probably better to start the show with it anyway. So
yeah,
here we go.
And it's only about 8 minutes long, so.
Okay, so it won't be quite so bad, but then again,
I mean, it's us, so.
Well, there's that, and there's also the fact that for some reason, these people have a tendency to cram the most amount of stupid per square inch into the smallest space, to the point that you have to stop it every 20 seconds and explain what they got the fuck wrong. But who knows? Maybe this will be the one exception. I doubt it.
Okay. Okay, so this is from The Guardian YouTube channel, because yes, it has a YouTube channel. This is Anime Gets Blackness Wrong, How Fans Are Fixing It. I really wish Corrupt was here, actually.
Yeah. Where is the black man when you need him? And that was a joke for anyone that's actually paying attention. God damn it.
It's okay, people. He's white.
I happen to be dating a black man, though, so fuck off.
All right. Okay. But yeah. So, shall we banana?
We shall banana.
This is Dragon Ball Z, my very first introduction to the world of anime. And this is my cousin Dujon. I watched Dragon Ball at his house.
Sick! I didn't even know you had the merch. I've got probably about 5 or 6 t-shirts. What? There's something about it. That wouldn't be like the gateway. Man.
I got nothing to say. I mean, like, there's really nothing in the first 20 seconds.
I will say I don't understand why every video about every like minor topic gets the "this is a really weird expose" music, because like the background music suggests like this is really weird and dramatic and dynamic, and it's like why are you wasting the dramatic reveal music on a video about anime?
Yeah, but like I said, I don't really have anything to say, to be honest. First 20 seconds, which is how often a lot of these videos go. But yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, banana.
Hold on, let me work on this volume because I think it was coming in too quiet.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Ready? Banana.
Yep.
The gateway.
But this is also Dragon Ball Z.
The first time I ever saw Mr. Pogo, I remember just thinking, but why did he look like that? I think that was actually my favorite introduction for Hollywood.
And this is quite a common portrayal of black people in anime. And yet, anime has a big black fan base.
A lot of people seem to kind of think.
Okay.
Okay, let me explain this incredibly elementary concept to you. It takes place in 2 parts. Part 1, everyone in anime, particularly shonen anime, is stylized or over-exaggerated. Everyone. Every character model of every character ever is stylized or over-exaggerated.
Right. May I provide some examples before you move on?
Please go ahead and do so. Yes.
Okay. Well, fair. I don't know a lot about Dragon Ball Z, honestly, because the only thing I've ever seen of Dragon Ball Z is Abridged, which is amazing, by the way. Go check that out. But yeah, no, stylized for like you got Goku, you got Vegeta, who are like, I mean, when you see them without their shirts and stuff, and stop drooling, don't. They are ripped beyond belief. Like, I've never seen a normal human person, not even like a bodybuilder, with the so many like rippling muscles. Not to mention like villains like. Well, I'd also say Bulma, but to be fair, she looks fairly normal and average compared to everyone else. But I would also like to point to another, like a fairly recently popular anime in shonen, My Hero Academia. Like, simply because they're superheroes, they're technically supposed to be stylized anyway. But it's also manga / anime. It goes a step further, obviously. Like you got All Might, who's supposed to be like the Superman of the universe. He has 2 forms. One, fans I believe have called Swole Might, which is like the super form he does. Which again, like it's like Goku in like a superhero attire. You know, Ripley muscles and stuff. He's like super big. He's like the tallest guy, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention like his hair forms like a V.
Yes, anime and weird hairstyles are also a thing.
But and then you have like a character, Midnight, which is like she's very much like the sex appeal kind of like female character. But no, it's just like, yeah, and again, like even Western animation does this, or it's supposed to anyway.
Yeah, it just of late has ceased doing that because of art school nonsense. But that being however it may, there is of course also the coup de grace of this particular argument, which is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The guys on JoJo's Bizarre Adventure make Goku look like me, and that's saying something. And also, speaking of characters that I would conceivably drool over, the entire Joestar family. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. You know what's weird? It's like the same thing. The females, I believe, in JoJo kind of just look fairly ordinary. Like, is that?
Yeah.
It's a weird thing.
Ordinary by like anime standards, yeah.
Yeah, like ordinary by anime standards, but yeah, it's a weird thing. Like, I don't know if that's ever been brought up. Most of the time, the men seem to be more hyper stylized than the women.
Well, it depends on the anime. That's
true. No.
That's true. That's true. I think more in shonen, because shonen is supposedly it's targeted at the same demographics as like as like Western geek shit is. So it makes a certain level of sense that would be the case. But my point in bringing up the fact that everyone in anime is stylized is, given that in Japan Black people are less common, it makes a certain level of sense that when a Black character is introduced in an anime, their Blackness would become a noteworthy part of themselves, and therefore they would be hyper stylized in a way that calls back to Black stereotypes or over exaggerates the physical aspects of a Black body type or character or facial structure or what have you. The second thing I wanted to bring up, the second half of my point, is the reason, the baffling reason, the thing you're baffled by there, the fact that even though that's how Black characters look, anime has a large Black fan base, it could just be that for a lot of Black people, Blackness is not a hive mind, and they don't get offended by Black stereotypes. A lot of people, when they see stereotypes of themselves, possess enough self-awareness to laugh at themselves and to identify even with hyper-exaggerated characters. So it might just be that large swaths of the anime community don't seem to identify themselves with their demographics because identities are not teams, as I've often said. And therefore, they either don't care or they find the over-exaggerated, stylized nature of anime endearing, because that's often what Western weebs and otakus go to anime for, is the particular stylization that you only get in anime. Because some people who happen to be Black do not revolve their entire identities around the fact that they are Black. Baffling, I know, but they exist. Moving forward, Banana.
I am back.
Huzzah.
I have soda.
Yeah.
It's not root beer. It's topical actually for this video. It's grape.
I feel as though that may be the most racist joke we've ever said.
Probably. Yeah.
Ooh.
Damn it! Now I feel like an asshole.
No, it's funny. It's just I feel the need to mark where our possibly racist jokes threshold is. I think that might be at the top of it.
Okay. Oh, I'm sure if Corrupt was here, he'd be laughing his ass off.
Oh, he would have made the joke. If he were here, he would have made about, oh, I don't know, 50 black jokes by now. I'm sure. Like and that's him on a bad day when he gets involved in this shit.
Right. But yeah, no, I got nothing to say. You pretty much covered everything in that.
Yeah, banana.
Also, I just want to say, Popo's a fucking genie.
Yes.
He's not technically human.
Yes. And he's not meant to be a black person. He's meant to literally, as in not skin colorly, the color black. And the reason why that works, ironically, is because in Jinn folklore, there is a system to the colors that Jinn are said to take on. The powers and the nature of the Jinn are often reflected in the color that the Jinn takes the form of, which kind of makes Mr. Popo a little scarier because black Jinns are typically said to be the Shayateen, i.e. the Jinns that don't like or actively hate humans. So maybe DBC abridged version of Mr. Popo is slightly more accurate than anyone ever knew. But that's
I legitimately just connected that in my head. Like as soon as you said it, and then I thought of DBZ abridged.
That's a fan theory for another day. But yes, Mr. Popo is the color of a Shayateen Jinn, so maybe evil Popo is canon.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Shall we banana?
We shall banana.
Kind of think that racism doesn't exist in fans, and of course that's not true.
To be a fan is to be cheering in one scene and like hiding your head the next.
Okay.
Let's get some.
Why are you hiding your head? Because we've all, I think every person who's ever been a fan of anything knows what it's like when the writing is bad, or when a character acts stupidly or out of character, or any number of other reasons why it's acceptable, I think, for a fan to feel ashamed of whatever they happen to be a fan of. Contrary to what a lot of articles on the internet say, a fan isn't just a blind sycophant who likes an IP no matter what they do. To be a fan is at least to an extent to hold things to a standard, because in the same way you wouldn't enable a person you loved because they had a drug problem, you wouldn't enable a fandom that you love when they have a writing problem. So my question is not why are you. My question isn't, or my issue isn't that you have those reactions of, shame or disgust when a show does something you don't like. My question is what causes you to have that reaction? Because for someone like me, what causes me to have that reaction is stupid plot contrivances, or out of character responses, or the character being willfully stupid, or any number of other things that actually pertain to the nature of the art itself.
The weird thing is, this is like, I'm sorry, please finish your thought, then I'll.
But I get the worst feeling in the pit of my stomach right now that you cringe when someone is presented in a way that you don't like as a character. Even though, as we just went over, literally everyone in anime, particularly shonen, is stylized to one extent or another.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry. I'm just focused. Well, sorry. I just saw Piccolo like lumped in with all the black characters for anime.
I guess the black the person who was editing this wanted to do green face, digital green face.
Well, no,
Hashtag Green Lives Matter.
I think everyone that's a fan of Dragon Ball Z has kind of come to the conclusion that Piccolo is supposed to be black.
Well, I mean, from a meta perspective, maybe, but even that to me is a little weird, considering the Namekians are green. And if we're just going to lump all alien races in with the category of black, then what the fuck does the category of black even mean?
I don't know.
Because again, not to belabor the joke or anything, but hashtag Green Lives Matter ?
Okay. So yeah, well, no, damn it, I lost my train of thought. Fuck. Anyway, banana.
Something straight. I'm definitely not here to cancel anime, but as a black fan, I am here to say enough with the racism.
One of my favorite anime shows is Durarara, but the Black Russian is a problem. For the love of God, redraw him.
Sister Crone and Promised Neverland, they lean on that minstrel look.
Again,
everyone in anime is stylized, and if a character has a particular thing that is not common in Japan, very often they will basically they make characters into archetypes. In the same way that Yu-Gi-Oh! Had an Egyptian aesthetic, even though the mythology in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Universe has bumfuck nothing whatsoever, goddamn, to do with actual Egyptian mythology. Are we going to cancel Yu-Gi-Oh! For culturally appropriating ancient Egypt? Now, are we honestly going to do that, or shall we just acknowledge that every character of an exotic type, as Japan would define it, is going to take at least some cues from their sort of archetypical status? And why is it that so many black anime fans, like, for example, Corrupt, who isn't here, unfortunately, or Mr. E, if we bothered to get him on the line, why is it there are so many black anime fans who just don't care or can like these characters anyway? And you've already I don't know the presenter's freaking name, but presenter person, you've already assumed that there is racism in this context. Which brings up two questions. Number one, how are you defining racism and by what criteria? And number two, that is, at least in most circumstances, a statement of intent. You are assuming an intention on the part of the animators when you assume that it's racist to present black people in a certain way, which is which impugns motive onto the presenters that you cannot be certain that they have by any reasonable metric, unless you actually ask them and the person says something to the effect of, yeah, we as animators dislike this demographic or something.
Right.
That would be an admission of racism. But you haven't even bothered to ask someone from Japan what their thoughts on the prospect of it are, did you?
Right. I've watched Durarara, which is it's phenomenal. Like, it is it's fucking weird. Not gonna lie. It's like it involves like magic.
Most good anime is fucking weird.
Yeah, but it's like
honestly, on some level, if your show isn't fucking weird, it doesn't belong in the realm of anime.
Well, granted, anime is just a shortened version of the word animation in Japanese. So,
right, but at least for the purposes of this dialogue, I consider anime a aesthetic and a style that is separate from the broader canon of, Western animation, and therefore
that is fair enough. That is fair enough. But I was gonna say he's like for one thing, he like you said, and I don't think it's a shonen anime, but it is a story of like the criminal underworld and stuff, and like how it's just very interesting, honestly. Like I said, like it's fucking weird on the fact that I can't really describe how the fucking story of it, because it jumps around a lot. But yeah, like the Black Russian, for one thing, the dude runs a sushi shop with but that is also like a front for the Russian mafia in wait, is it Tokyo or some type of city in Japan? Like,
interesting.
How the fuck is that not a cool character?
Certainly seems cool to me, but what the fuck do I know?
Not to mention, the guy is badass from like the few scenes where he gets to be badass. Most of the time, he's comedic relief or like, again, like I said, like the story is weird on the fact that you have so many like of these characters that just kind of come in and out of each other's stories and lives. They never really know how to, like like I said, like it's very hard to keep a solid footing on what's going on with Durara. But it's pretty cool. It's good. It's a good anime. I first saw it on Adult Swim years ago, out of order, obviously. I think it's on Netflix still. So, yeah. Anyway, they also brought up a character called Sister Crone. I think they said Promise Neverland. I've heard of that, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, I can't really weigh in on this. However, I can weigh in on the fact that once again, this is the problem of accusing someone of racism without defining what you mean by racism and what criteria you use to talk about it or determine it. Because what you may be using as a definition for racism may be really, really severe, and therefore we should justifiably be appalled. Or you may be conflating racism where there is no racism, and therefore it would be extremely short-sighted and overreacting for anyone to react in the same way they would if it were more strictly defined racism. You see what I mean? Because racism, at least in the Western world, is the kind of thing that when it is definite, when there's definite racism, in the Western world, that is usually the time where we get out the pitchforks and torches. Because nobody likes the idea of anyone arbitrarily hitting anyone else on general principle. But if you define racism differently than most people would define racism, such that you apply it to things that other people wouldn't, and we go ahead and get out the pitchforks and torches, we find ourselves in a boy who cried wolf situation. If you weaken the definition of the word racism to just something that made a single black person uncomfortable, then you've actively cheapened the racism discussion. Because racism, like I said, is something that we get out the pitchforks and torches for. And the more time we have to get out the pitchforks and torches for something that is not racist by the colloquial definition, the less likely we are to get out the pitchforks and torches for genuine cases of race. It's the problem of The Boy Who Cried Wolf. If you claim to be being mauled by a wolf every 5 minutes, and we come running the first 50 times, the 51st time, when there's an actual wolf there and you're being devoured, nobody will fucking show up. Because your definition of being mauled by a wolf is clearly not what most people mean when they say being mauled by a wolf. You make yourself an unreliable judge of character when you overuse terms like racism, is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you presuppose it and don't give anyone what your fucking definition for it is. Moving forward.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to say, like, I don't know if can you see this or?
No, the StreamYard is refusing to buffer, unfortunately.
All right. Well, I was just gonna say, like, Sister Chronolytha design, she looks fairly normal in terms of like character design, like nothing really too exaggerated or anything. Like in my opinion, like, I mean, I've done some character design. Well, I always like I've done comics in the past, like of my own volition, and like I've done designs and stuff. And like I said, like it just looks fairly normal, like in terms of the art style for the show. So my main issue would be like if it's in an inconsistent style, like She-Ra, Princess of Power on Netflix. Like it fluctuates sometimes. But again, my thing, I'm just saying, like, shouldn't we focus more on like the actual merits of it than like this kind of I want to say barely surface level criteria that they have? You know, like I'm just. I realize I'm being a dead, I'm being a dead horse here. Obviously, like merit should out and Dalton disappeared.
Yep. StreamYard kicked me out because buffering issues, I guess. Yes. Hi.
God damn it.
Can you not hear me?
Dalton. I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Good. Okay.
Okay. Where did I lose you? Where did I lose you?
You were just finishing up and saying how you were beating the dead horse of merit and stuff.
Right. Yeah. That's pretty much where I was going. That's pretty much it. Like, obviously, I'm saying, like, you know, just I realize it's kind of an argument that's just kind of beating to death, and shouldn't the merit matter more?
Yeah.
Like, I get, like, if it's a bad character design, and like if there is intentional racism, then yes, that should be brought up. But I think the presenters of this video are projecting, obviously.
And they're presupposing racism where there doesn't appear to be any. Is the thing. Because here's the thing, character design aside, because it seems like a large part of this argument revolves around character design. If it was genuinely racist, don't you think the creator's racist intentions might appear more in the writing? Like, for example, if they constantly made the black character a big dumb fool who was only good for comic relief, or was constantly making mistakes or something like that, then you would have a case, I think.
Or consistently the bad guy.
Yeah. If they were a goofball or consistently evil, then you'd have an argument. But one thing I've noticed is when you take the character design element out of it, which can be explained away with anime stylizes everything. And they always seem to go back to the well of let's exaggerate a stereotype of this, that, or the other. When you take the character design element out of it, what you often see is the character still being competent, badass, wise, to be reckoned with. So if a person was racist and they really wanted to make an exaggerated caricature of a person of another race, don't you think that they would do more than just let's pay homage to old school minstrel aesthetics or iconography? If a person was actually racist, wouldn't their racism go far into the writing and character stage, which it does not appear to, at least under most cases, except for maybe in comedic animes where everyone is an over-the-top, ridiculous, incompetent stereotype, which, those do exist. But in that case, if it's a standard that applies to everyone, then again, we run into the issue of then it's clearly not race that is the defining characteristic here. Moving on.
Yep. Okay. I will say, and I know you can't see this, the face that Sister Crone.
I can now. The video caught up when I was kicked out, apparently.
Okay.
Which is
face
nice.
is absolutely fucking terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is a face I'm going to be seeing in my nightmares tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that's not racism. That's just like the design, like this thing right here. And I'm sure this was meant to be terrifying in context of the scene.
Yeah.
And that always is another thing. Like when they do those over the top expressions, which again, it makes sense for anime being stylized or any medium like this being stylized. Mm-hmm. So therefore, you have to have these emotions kind of kicked up a notch to convey, because like the subtleties of that, like you can't have the subtleties of that face because it is just a drawing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just I feel like that has to be brought up. Mm-hmm. Anyway, banana.
Huge lips, bulging eyes, and it's disgusting, and it hurts because it's so glaring that it is anti-black, that it almost ruins the entire thing for me.
Even One Punch Man has Lackluster, who, aka Super Alloy Darkshine.
It's a fucking superhero.
By what criteria is any of this anti-black? And in regards to bulging eyes, a lot of anime characters have that in a lot of cases, because again, a large part of what defines at least what Westerners acknowledge as the anime aesthetic is over the top or hyper exaggerated facial expressions and expressions in general.
This is a weird story. When I was a kid, back when VHS was still a thing,
mm-hmm.
For one Christmas, I got. I think it was actually the first time I ever was introduced to anime, like truly, if I remember correctly. I got a tape. I got a tape of Sailor Moon.
Cool.
Yeah. Now it's not really my type of like anime or story. It was kind of stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the English dub was just.
Yeah, it left a lot to be desired.
Yeah. But yeah, it was super stylized, and like the faces and like it was very odd because I got used to watching like back then. I mean, like granted, again, like most animation does have stylized characters to be able to do more expressive movements, have more expressiveness in the face.
Mhm.
But again, my point being is that anime has kind of always been overtly stylized. Like, I mean, how many times have you
Yeah.
seen a woman with like fucking J or M cups? You know?
Well, yeah.
I mean, I feel like I have to bring that. I feel like we were going to bring that up anyway. So,
Well,
but
there's that, and there's also, by what criteria are you claiming this to be anti-black? Is the character an idiot? Is the character incompetent? Is the character, cartoonishly over the top, like evil all the time? What aspect of the character, excluding the design, which every character is in one way stylized or another, do the writers have a demonstrable hatred for this character? Do they make the character look like a complete twat all the time? And if the answer is no, if the character is allowed to be a badass, if the character is allowed to be competent, if the character is allowed to be wise, insightful, funny, so on and so forth, then clearly the writers didn't write this character out of malice for anyone, and you are projecting your own fixations with race and racial stereotypes onto this character, and you are essentially filling in the gaps where there is no racism with racism that you have concocted from out your own head. Because you believe in a framework that makes no logically consistent fucking sense. You are essentially starting from the broken premise: the sky is green, and no matter how many blue skies are shown to you, you will always see them as green because you believe the sky should be green for some reason.
right.
And no matter how many times Brainstormer or I say it is not so, you will still say, but the sky is obviously green though. That's bad. Yeah, well, it isn't, is the thing, fundamentally. Moving on. Sorry, Brainstormer, what were you going to say?
I was going to say One Punch Man is a parody of superhero comics. Well, it's a parody of a lot of things, but yeah, it's a parody of superhero comics, and that you have as anything like this bodybuilder swimsuit model guy. It's been a while since I've seen One Punch Man, but I know of this guy, and he's not a main character, so he's rarely shown. But he's not. He's shown as a fairly competent hero. Like, I think he's in like the A rank or S rank, which is like one of the higher tiers of the superhero thing. Because now that I've realized, a lot of Japanese tend to have superheroes be kind of in this bureaucratic system. Huh.
I think because it's a fun way of spinning the premise a little bit, I think.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're right. But yeah, just clearly he's competent. Clearly he's good at what he does, which is being a superhero. So I don't see what the fucking problem is. Just because he looks what you perceive a racist caricature, that's just the surface level, and you're not really looking deeper into it. Like, if he was like one of the lowest ones, and if he was a bad guy, and he looked like that, you could have an argument there. But he's not. It's just the whole thing with this argument doesn't really have much substance to it because we are able to debunk it through analyzing of what you are critiquing. And I think that's where they kind of
the
fail.
Actual content of the narrative, not just the superficial aesthetics.
Yeah. Anyway, Banana?
Banana.
Okay.
very racist. And it's funny. I was show and I was like, I just said, okay, we're going to ignore that. But unfortunately, that's something that Black folks again and again have to do. If we want to be fans of something, we don't want to cancel genre, we have to pick and choose our fights.
I see.
Or
what the fuck is wrong with you? Goddamn.
You could just countenance the idea that the flaw is within your own logic, within your own framework, because there are plenty of Black people who enjoy anime who just don't fucking notice this shit. Or they find it endearing, because a lot of people who happen to be Black have a sense of humor about the over-the-top minstrel stereotypes, or they actually really enjoy the, Blaxploitation genre. Like, a lot of people, a lot of people I know, look at something like Tyler Perry and see it's overt pandering to Black people as part of the comedy, for example. And are we also not going to talk about that a lot of these stereotypes of Black people exist because Black people want it that way? Because, for example, the gangsta, soft A aesthetic, is perpetuated and endorsed mostly by Black people because they enjoy it and they consider it a kind of status symbol. A lot of Black people will, attempt to make themselves look, for lack of a better term, more Black because they find their own body type beautiful. And I can't really fault them for it either, necessarily. So how exactly the fuck are we supposed to countenance that? Or are you, lady who is doing voiceover for this part of the video, are you going to try and tell me that those Black people secretly hate themselves, even though they hyperinflate everything about them that is superficially Black on purpose because they like that aesthetic, and you totally don't have any self-loathing for yourself, even though you shun every possible iteration of Black aesthetic that is presented to you? And even more fundamentally than that, why do you feel the need to speak for Black folks? Why can you not just speak for yourself? Because there are Black folks who not only disagree with you, but fundamentally disagree with you, like mirror image. They find the aesthetics of anime to be enjoyable and funny and fascinating in the same way that everyone else does. And if you tried to change that aspect of anime, a lot of people would be pissed off at you, and I can almost guarantee you a large subset of them would be Black, because people come to anime for what anime provides. And if you go meddling with the anime aesthetic, you're gonna make a lot of weebs angry. A lot of them. Moving forward. Brainstormer. He must have stepped out of the room. Yeah. I guess I'm just gonna have to fill the void until he jumps back in. I don't really know what to fill the void with, because normally I would sing to fill the void, kind of like elevator music. But I can't think of any songs that are contextually appropriate other than maybe Back in Black, and I don't really know the words to that well enough to fill the void with it. So I'm not going to even try. I suppose if I wanted to go full tilt offensive, I would start singing Zippity Doo Dah Zippity Yay, which I'm sure will make a bunch of people want to cancel me. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not feeling quite that deliberately offensive right now, so no. Brainstormer. I hope my phone didn't glitch out, because this would be really embarrassing if it's been quiet or dead for the last few minutes. And what? Do 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 do.
Hello, sorry about that. My internet was acting like a bitch.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I've pretty much finished my rant about a minute ago, so we
Okay.
can banana.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay.
Unless you had anything else you wanted to
Nope.
throw in there.
I may have forgotten everything I wanted to say because I was starting to get angry by the internet and was about ready to put my fist through my computer. So we're gonna move on.
Okay. Banana.
As I would like to point out, fuck you, Comcast, you bitches.
Yeah, well. That's just the way the cookie crumbles, as Bruce Almighty would say.
Anyway, yeah. Banana.
But why does anime
Banana.
this so badly wrong? To try and understand what's going on here, especially with a lot of the older shows, we need to think about this in context.
They're looking at us through the lens of American media, American television. There were no images of Black people in animation outside of Disney and Warner Brothers animation.
Why is it that you and your ilk get to speak on the behalf of all of quote unquote blackness, and no matter how many people I got here saying, like, if I called up Mr. E or Corrupt and said, what is your opinion on this? And they would laugh or look at me funny if I suggested to them this was racist. Why is it you get to speak on the behalf of the quote unquote black hive mind? And why is it that you presuppose that exists? Why do you presuppose that every black person has your own personal hangups about quote unquote blackness in anime, instead of assuming that most black people don't give a shit and that you and your framework is where the problem lies? Because you probably could just ignore this entire issue and then you'd find somehow that it wasn't an issue any longer. Why don't you just do that? Why don't why don't you take cues from the people, both, white, black, and every other color, who can see this, find it humorous, and move the fuck on with their lives? Or see it as a chosen aesthetic that anime uses for everyone in some way or other, and realize this is just proportional stylization given Japan's lack of, black people, because they are even more racially homogenous than the West is. So yeah, their approach to black people is probably going to be similar to their approach to Muslim people in shows like Magi, or Egyptian people in shows like Yu-Gi-Oh! Namely, they use as superficial and archetypical aesthetics as they can, and then they make their own mythos in between the lines there. Why should your demographic get any special treatment in this regard? And more to the point, why are you forcing black people to be left out of this? Because I can guarantee you that at least some black anime fans, probably, if you said we're going to change the way black people are presented in anime, would say, stop, that's unfair. Why don't we get to be stylized like everybody else does? Because some people enjoy the stylization and find it either humorous or badass, depending on the anime in question.
Not to mention, there are some black fans that, for one thing, are Samuel Jackson. He's a fan of anime. I mean, the motherfucker actually helped fund, I believe it was that one samurai, Afro Samurai.
Mm-hmm.
That I haven't seen, actually. I've heard good things, and I've seen like clips and stuff of it.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah. Samuel L. Jackson is a giant nerd, and you were saying.
Mm-hmm. But because they did have an image, like at the beginning, like for the title screen, of Afro Samurai. Afro Samurai, and yeah, it's damn, I'm losing my train of thought here. What did I say? Yeah, Afro Samurai is very much a black exploitation kind of. Well, it's like classic samurai stuff and story with a Western influence, which can be said about a lot of great anime.
Mm-hmm.
No, but just like my point being is people like that, and like in Samurai Champloo, Cowboy Bebop, they have they have obvious influences from like various cultures and stuff of other countries, and do so in a very masterful and amazing way.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying that because it's corroborating, right? Corroborating.
Yeah.
What you said, where it does take kind of a baseline of other cultures and incorporate it and exaggerate and implement other original ideas to make it more like a living, breathing world and stuff. Like, obviously Cowboy Bebop is like, well, one thing is it has a major thing with like, I believe like classic rock and roll and stuff, or jazz. But it also is like it's influenced by like American cinema, specifically like Western, sci-fi, action and stuff, like even and kung fu movies too, which I believe kind of America popularized, kind of.
Well, America kind of took the concept and tried to do their own thing with it sometimes, and
to various successes.
And some people, yeah.
But my point being is, and you got Samurai Champloo, which actually took a lot of well, it is a traditional like samurai story, it has the influences of like hip hop and stuff. So yeah, it's just, again, my point being is it just takes a lot of, anime just overall is, I wouldn't say either, I think it's really just to the viewer and their perception of things that makes it seem racist, is I guess what I'm trying to get at is the thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so yeah, Banana. Also, the fact these cartoons were made during the time where segregation, like the American cartoons, because they bring this up, they were made during a time where racism was kind of a big thing, and not a big thing in like it was bad, but not okay. It was bad, obviously. I'm saying like it was a thing that was, at the time. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, at that point, they might just be depicting like a realistic version of the world, or at least realistic in that one regard.
Yeah.
Depending.
All right. Anyway, Banana.
In the 40s and 50s, and those images of us were very racist. I would direct your attention to the Jungle Book.
What the
These
fuck?
references range from the grossly offensive to the unhelpfully productive.
Coffee from Cowboy Bebop. She's a blaxploitation character. She's
Motherfucker, you really bad mouthing Cowboy Bebop?
Yeah, I think he is. I think they are.
Okay. Again, like Cowboy Bebop, if anything, is like a love letter to the American film, like American cinema and the genres that we created and stuff. And again, like obviously jazz and stuff because of like the choice of music and stuff, which became an iconic soundtrack. So it wouldn't make sense, honestly, if there wasn't a blaxploitation character, because you got Spike Spiegel, the main character, who's like supposed to be like kind of the pulpy noir detective with a mix of like a classic Western cowboy, and also like Bruce Lee, because he does Jeet Kune Do, like his fighting style. The cyborg dude, I can't remember his name, unfortunately, because it's been a while since I've seen Cowboy Bebop.
Mm-hmm.
But he's cyberpunk. He's he's very noirish, like detective, because he's like a former cop. And again, like the cowboy thing, they're called cowboys for a reason, because there's technically like bounty hunters. Faye Valentine, I think, is kind of hard to pinpoint where she's kind of inspired from. I can't exactly remember, like pinpoint what she is, like in terms of like genre homage. But yeah, no, the fact that they have a character that's blaxploitation, it works for this world of Cowboy Bebop, because it's from what I gather, it's supposed to be homaging various forms of American cinema.
Yeah, and again, we run into the issue. We run into the elephant in the room of a lot of black people like blaxploitation films, because that was the black exclusive niche for a long time, and they consider it kind of part of black culture, in the same way that as cringy as Tyler Perry's movies might be, a lot of black people really love the Tyler Perry movies and the Medea movies and whatnot.
Yeah, those are actually,
because they consider it kind of part of their culture.
I grew up on Medea. I grew up on Medea.
Sadly enough, my mom really likes those movies too, so I've seen most of them.
Yeah, I think they're good. Like for what they are.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but that's neither here nor there. My point is that they're treating blaxploitation or homaging blaxploitation as a universal negative thing, and a lot of black people consider it to be part of their culture, and especially black film geeks really enjoy kind of reclaiming the aesthetic of blaxploitation. So, are we to believe you guys on what blackness is? You guys who shun every possible surface level signifier of blackness, or are we to listen to people like 50 Cent and Kanye West to deliberately ooze as much blackness as they can as part of their performing aesthetic? Not to be the blackness appropriating white boy for a second, but for lack of a better term, will the real Slim Shady please stand up? I can't believe I just referenced Eminem. I'm going to hell, but never mind.
Sweetheart ropes. They are not sweet.
Oh, you and your candy. That is now making me hungry again.
I was gifted these, and I do not want them to go to waste. But goddamn, are they fucking sour? They are a lot. Sweet tarts. That is a lie. That is a lie.
It's always been a lie.
Oh.
And they're called sweet tarts, so the tart part is what you're reacting to there, probably.
Probably. Oh.
But you sound a little bit like me when I get Nerds Rope. Nerds Rope is probably my favorite candy.
Oh. Ugh. Okay. But yeah. Yeah, okay. Banana?
Banana.
Foxy Brown. But on Mars.
Some argue that since anime is largely created for a domestic Japanese audience, creators can't be expected to respectfully represent racial diversity, because Japan is not a particularly racially diverse country. But these excuses don't hold water.
Who is in charge of defining what respectful is?
Okay, I also have to point out that that they aren't wrong, that is a flimsy argument, obviously.
No, it is, but it
I
is
don't
also
think anyone's using it is the thing.
Yeah, if anyone made that argument, it's probably because they didn't consider race to be a factor until whoever was asking them brought it up. And that's the thing. My default reaction to any of this is, why are you assuming race is a factor by default? Because for a lot of people, including black people, race, at least in regards to anime, is not a factor. And I don't see any reason why it should be a factor any more than any other character, any other aspect of a character is. And usually when a character has some sort of demographic affiliation, a large part of their aesthetic does revolve around stereotypes of that demographic. Like, Native American characters who appear in anime are often, the quasi-chief, quasi-shaman caricatures, and characters that are like, okay, the very end of this case is the anime Hitalia, because that's literally about various countries basically having like an anime and a sentient form. So like Germany has a spirit of itself, Britain has a spirit of itself, and so on and so on. and every single one of those fucking characters is the most stereotypical possible version of whatever the stereotypes of that country is. So like Ireland is always drunk because Ireland. Germany still likes wearing basically a Nazi uniform a lot of the time. Britain or England is a hyper feminine gentleman who likes to kill people with magic when they piss him off. And so on and so on and so on. America is a whiny brat who just wants everybody to get along all the time. And he makes England sad because they used to live together and now they don't anymore because American Revolution.
God damn it! No,
Still reacting to your sweet tarts or anything in particular that I said?
No, it's completely unrelated. It's a sweet tart thing.
Okay.
It's not sweet tart. It's a sweet tart ropes.
Ah, yum.
God damn it!
Like I said, nerd ropes are my favorite candy, so I know what it's like to have ropes of candy. Although I don't think I've ever had sweet tart ropes. I should at some point.
They are a lot. I used to get them a lot at movie theaters.
Yep. Same way with me getting Nerds rope.
Ah.
The tart coming through more than the sweet again.
Yeah, I just rolled it into like a big wad and I just chewed it.
Ah. Well, in the immortal words of the Billy and Mandy meme, that was probably horrible mistake number 1.
Oh. I am out of soda.
No.
Well, in terms of this can that's beside me, I mean, I have I could get another one, but we got this. Mm-hmm. Please finish your thought. Sorry, I interrupted.
I think I was done with my.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah. But no, I mean, I got nothing to say. I mean, I'm pretty sure Dalton covered most of it.
Mm-hmm.
I would bring up the two. Again, I realize that they bring up this argument as to obviously be wrong in terms, but in context of this, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with the state. I don't agree with the argument that they present either.
It's sort of like it's a stupid response to this point of view, but this point of view is itself already stupid.
Yeah.
And
I just wanted to bring up an example to refute the argument that was presented in the video just now. Mm-hmm. You know, about the general audiences of Japanese being the primary audience for these stories.
Yeah.
And again, I feel like I'm going to bring this up more times than I thought I would. But My Hero Academia.
Mm-hmm.
It's created by Kira. If I say this name wrong, I'm sorry. Horikoshi is his last name, and I'm afraid of mispronouncing his first name.
Hmm.
I'm just gonna call him Horikoshi. Horikoshi was a big comic book fan growing up. Like, he read American comics growing up, and therefore he got inspired to do My Hero Academia because of it. And I've seen a lot of like YouTubers that we know. I've actually done videos that talk about how it is like the better, like in terms of American comics, it is like the best the best superhero comic story out there right now.
Which is sad that American superhero comics have lost their way so much that we have to outsource it to Japan.
Right. But yeah, no, it's, if anything, it's written for like superhero fans or like fans of like comics and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Which again is kind of worldwide. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just wanted to bring that up. Like, I feel like that was just something to be said about the argument that they had said that presented in there to refute.
Yeah.
It's confusing because we're trying to refute an argument that's being here, and then they bring up an argument that they're refuting, and that we can refute it too.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible that this isn't even the actual argument that somebody made to them. It's possible that this is a straw man of whatever somebody said to them. But I want to have another theory. Is it possible that the reason why the argument you just strawmanned is so stupid is because Japanese animators literally do not think in racial terms, so they're having to make their brains fire in racial terms when they've never done that before? Because there seems to be a running thread of this video.
Don't.
Huh?
Hey, don't. You cut out right before you were going to start your argument.
Okay. What I was going to say is there seems to be two threads running throughout this video. Number one, focusing on the superficial aesthetics of the characters rather than the qualities of the characters, and just declaring them racist by default. And number two, focusing on race or race politics to the exclusion of all else. And no one in this video seems to be able to see how the fact that they see everything through the lens of race may in fact be the problem. It's not that the animators have any particular animus towards black people or any other race for that matter. It's that the animators seem to be coming at things from the perspective of someone who does not give a fuck about race. And then the viewers, in this case these people, are filling the gaps of neutrality with racism. And to that I must say, if you're the one bringing up race and making race an issue when race is otherwise not an issue, then perhaps the problem is with your brain and your ideological framework, not with the material you're criticizing. If you have to bring race into something that does not have race as an aspect of it to begin with, then it's a you problem and not the material problem. Sorry.
No, that's right.
Banana.
And I finished the ropes. Oh, God.
Sour?
Absolutely. Fuck. It's like, you remember that Warhead challenge when you were a kid?
Hmm?
You remember like a decade
You
ago?
cut out there. What'd you say?
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Hmm?
Can you hear me now? Like, is...
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember like a decade ago, like
yes.
when the candies Warheads?
Uh-huh.
Okay. You remember the challenge that you'd be dared to by like the other kids to eat like a bunch of Warheads? Essentially, that is what it's like.
I was never dared to do that, but I saw other people doing it, so yeah.
I tried it once, and holy fuck, did I regret it. But what I'm saying is, eating these sweet tart ropes like in a row is like that.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think I had many friends at the ages where people were dumb enough to try and dare people to do that. So I never got to experience the stupidity of being dared to do that.
I don't know, if we meet up, I might try it with you.
Oh God. I don't need it in my life. I feel fortunate that I was able to avoid the stupidity.
Hey, if it makes you feel any better, we'll do it together as friends.
Oh, mate. And then we'll both end up in the emergency room from like...
Hey, it's either that or we try the ghost pepper challenge.
Okay, I'd rather the Warheads. I don't know why you made that dichotomy, but fine. If that's how you want to play it, I will do the Warhead challenge with you if and when we meet up. in real life.
As a guy who has done the Warhead challenge, I prefer the Ghost Pepper challenge.
Knowing the heat level of Ghost Peppers, I would rather take my chances with the Warheads, because at least after the sourness of them has been accomplished, there's sweetness underneath. Whereas with Ghost Peppers, it's mostly just pain. Chemical pain.
Yeah, a part of me just wants to try the Ghost Pepper challenge to say I did it and not be like a bitch.
Well, you are free to do that as and when we meet up in real life, and I will hold the camera even, but I am not doing it. I will do the Warhead one because it's nice of you to include me in such a thing, but I'm not going to subject myself to capsaicin burns. No, thank you. I will hold the camera and provide color commentary on you as you do it, though, because as your friend, it's part of my job is mercilessly mocking you when you do stupid things.
Yeah. All right. Shall we banana?
We shall banana.
This isn't a case of ignorance. There's nowhere on the planet where people haven't seen a black person.
You can't just say it's like a thing without agency. It's not just like, oh, well, it was an accident happened. It's like a conscious choice that people make.
When we argue about racism in anime, people are like, well, it's Japan. It's not here. It's not the same thing. And what they don't realize is on a global...
Oh, shit. Sorry. I stopped at 20. I realized that she's still talking. So...
Okay. But the thing you're missing, person who is doing the voiceover for this, is
doing this.
It might not be an accident because they don't see the same thing as racist as you do. I can imagine that if you told a person in Japan a premise about an anime that deliberately makes fun of black people or hates on black people, they could acknowledge that that was racist. But they don't think that stylizing black people in the same way they stylize literally everyone and everything fucking else in an anime setting is racist, because other than your own harebrained pseudo rationale for it, there's no reason to think it is racist. You are filling in the gaps in this particular framework with racism, where racism was neither intended nor present by any reasonable or objective criteria. And you haven't even so much as defined what the fuck you mean by racism, or why your definition of racism is as bad as the colloquial definition of racism. Because most of your examples of racism presented here would not qualify as racism in the usual definition. And the reason why we consider racism bad is because the things we would normally define under the normal definition of racism are bad. But if you change the severity of the definition, you change how people react to the concept. If your definition of racism is nowhere near as severe as the colloquial definition of racism, for example, then people are going to react to it with a lot less severity, because there's no need to get out the pitchforks and torches if what you're talking about isn't what we define as racism. Racism is something that normally qualifies for get out the pitchforks and torches mode, but if you weaken if you water down racism to such a degree that any unflattering or unrealistic portrayals of a character of any particular race is racist for arbitrary historical and cultural reasons, then no one is going to react to what you define as racism in the way that they react to what the colloquial definition of racism is. If someone is going to lynch somebody, that is worth getting out the pitchforks and torches and running that motherfucker out of town. But if someone is just making a character design that you don't like and not even necessarily making color commentary on the person in general that applies to, then nobody is going to get all up in arms. And what you're basically doing is watering down the definition of racism and then expecting the reaction to your watered down version to be as strong and as potent as the not diluted version. And that's a logical error. If you weaken something, of course the reaction to it is going to be weaker as a result. For example, if I were to tell you someone is poisoning our water supply, then you would understandably react to that in a pretty severe manner because poisoning the water supply is a bad thing. But if all the person is doing is putting, disinfectant and chlorine in the water, which is something that all water purification plants do, and I call that poisoning, then you're going to react to me as though I've lost my fucking mind, because even though in the broadest possible sense that could qualify as poisoning, the harm and the negative aspects of it are not present. Therefore, the over-the-top reaction to it shouldn't be present either. Because cause and effect exist, do you see? Moving on.
And I think this really just boils down to character design. And don't get me wrong, anime has some pretty bad character designs from time to time. It's pretty rare, I will say, I think. But it happens. I can't think of one off the top of my head because, like I said, it's very rare. So,
I think normally if you can get on board with the aesthetics of a show or the aesthetics of a movie, then the character designs being weird doesn't necessarily make them bad. It just makes them in universe.
Yeah. But like I said, like a bad character design, and it does depend on how you describe or define a bad character design. Me personally, it'd be like maybe too simplistic, or like on a spectrum, it's too simplistic or too much. Too overdone. Like there's too much on a character that it just doesn't look good. So you gotta find it's a fine line there. But what I'm getting at is the main argument is just character design, and so far I haven't seen any like truly bad character designs. I've seen like just character designs that just kind of fit in universe with the art style that is presented. Now, if you want to talk about bad character designs, I can name like 5 or so, probably 5. Well, actually, maybe 3 Western cartoons. I mean, it's not hard.
With bad character designs. Yeah.
I think I've already stated, so I'll name 3. I will say I don't know what it is. That magical girl parody Western thing that got a lot of attention like a few weeks ago. You know what I'm talking about? It's on HBO Max, I think. It's just really shit, like in terms of animation.
I don't. I heard something about that, but I didn't ever see the character design.
Okay. I don't know. I want to say Star Trek Lower Decks, but it has the style. Well, it has the style of Rick and Morty, and that style works for Rick and Morty. I'm not sure about. Okay, as a Star Trek fan, Dawn, would you say it's bad character designs or?
I don't think the character designs are bad necessarily. I think just the animation style doesn't work for
Star Trek,
that kind of show.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. But okay, again, this is kind of an easy one, but I don't know if you would agree with this, but like the early seasons of Steven Universe, specifically like the human characters. Like,
Yeah.
if they're exaggerated, it feels a little too exaggerated. If you get what I mean, like there just doesn't really there just
and over simplistic.
Yeah, it just doesn't really seem a consistency. And I get like humans have very different shapes and stuff. It's just some felt a little too. And I'm just talking regular humans, not like Steven, who's like half Jam and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I get like there's obviously like different shapes and stuff in terms of bodies, and I get that, and I'm fine with that. It felt like some looked more alien than the alien Crystal Gems. You know?
They did.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, again, that's Western animation, and anime, like Eastern animation, never really seems to have this problem from what I've seen. Like, granted, my knowledge of anime is not like super in depth. Like I've seen some shows, but it's just again like that's just me saying it. Like I've never seen like really bad character design so far.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, just character, because I think a lot of mangaka and Japanese animators have an understanding that character design is very important because that kind of sells a story in terms of like the medium of manga and anime.
Yeah, and of course, in Japan, they still have access to something that I honestly feel like we've lost over here, which is the "it's simply cool" factor.
Yeah, like the rule of cool, which is if it's just cool, even though it doesn't make sense, it's still cool.
Well, it's not even necessarily cool in the absence of making sense. It's cool, so let's find a way to make it make sense.
Right, yeah. No, you're right. That's my bad. But yeah, no, the rule of cool is, I mean, Gendy Tartakovsky does this a lot with his stuff.
Yes, all hail Gendy. Again.
I cannot wait for Unicorn Warriors Eternal, or is it Eternal Warriors?
I think it's Warriors Eternal.
Okay, either way, dude, I cannot.
I honestly think that Gendy is trying to basically do his version of an anime.
Well, he's done that.
Which sounds fucking cool to me. So go nuts with your bad self, Gendy.
Dude, he's basically been doing that this whole time. Like his whole career is basically him making Western anime. Like he did it before Avatar.
Or he got, at least he got the ball rolling.
Yeah, he got the ball rolling. So yeah, shall we banana?
We shall banana.
And what they don't realize is on a global scale, it is the same thing because it's all over the world.
And it's not just anime shows themselves that are problematic.
A large amount of anime fans, I'm not saying all of them, but like it is a lot of them out there, hate when other people who don't look like them come into the fandom.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The actual fuck are you saying, woman?
What? Motherfucker, he's white, gay, and disabled. I'm fucking Hispanic. Well, actually, I'm a goddamn melting pot. He brought up Corrupt and Mr. E, who are black, and I'm sure there are a bunch of Nerd Wonder.
And
right?
I can't even begin to count where she got this idea from.
Just what the fuck?
Geeks do not, and pretty much have never, judge based on demographic aesthetics.
Yo, geeks, nerds, dorks. We have always, for a good majority of like the 20th, even before that.
Yeah, nerddom and geekdom is where people end up when they have nowhere else to go, and the only thing that they have left in the world that's theirs is the shit they like, the art they like, the fandoms they're in, and so on.
I mean,
and as a result of that being the history of geekdom, the only criteria we have, really, when all is said and done, are passion, knowledge, expertise, and occasionally like intellectualism or creativity.
Right. Okay, I feel like I have to say this, right? I'm a fucking melting pot. I mean, primarily, like, most people wrote me as Hispanic, but one of my favorite comic book characters, and I've said this so many times, is Spawn. Todd McFarlane Spawn. He's black. I mean, granted, his skin is like completely burnt, so you can't really tell. But
yeah,
my point still stands. Like, he's one of my favorite characters because of the story. God, this is sounding a lot like yesterday's stream we were on.
Yeah.
But the people who like anime, and I'm not saying that there aren't people. Actually, you know what? I don't even think there are people like that. Maybe there are, but then they wouldn't be watching fucking anime.
I find it extremely odd that you would even assume that there is a large enough proportion of, I don't know, white supremacists who like anime enough to do that. Because here's the thing about white supremacists. Very few white supremacists are likely going to latch on to a Japanese art form. Because, Asians... I know, according to critical race theory or any other number of racial grievance study type fields of inquiry, Asians are basically softcore white because Asian cultures embrace a lot of Western ideologies and so forth. But to a genuine, like, dyed-in-the-wool Richard Spencer style white supremacist, weeb shit is degenerate. They literally consider the excesses of Asian culture to be, like, tantamount to a mental illness. So yeah, there literally are no, or at least a vanishingly small amount of people in the anime community who are white supremacists. Nil to zero. Right. Seriously. And insofar as, weebery and otakuism is a subvariant of nerddom, nerds, by their very nature, very often don't give a shit about any other demographic information that defines you. What concerns a nerd or a geek or what have you is whether you're a substantive enough geek or nerd. Because we judge people based on their knowledge, their expertise, and their passion for whatever the fandom happens to be, whether it's Star Trek, Star Wars, D&D, yada yada yada. It's basically an almost perfect meritocracy in geekdom. The only time geeks get mad is when you fall afoul of one or more of those criteria. If you don't display enough passion for the material you're working with, if you don't have enough knowledge and expertise, if you can't hold yourself to a meritocratic standard, then geeks get pissed because whatever they like, whatever fandoms they're a part of, are fundamental or integral to their personalities. Because when the world is beating the shit out of you, whatever you can cling to, whatever you can say, no, this is mine and I'm not letting go of it with, becomes very important to you. It becomes a sacred thing that you want to make as pure and good as possible. And I don't mean racially or demographically pure. I mean pure in the qualitative sense. You want it to be as good and shiny as possible. It's like having a freaking sacred object. You don't use the Holy Grail to hold mud for a mud bath. You keep it polished and nice and pretty. And if anyone comes along and starts using said Holy Grail for just your average dinner cup, you're gonna be kind of pissed. Especially if they start just using it as a urinal, which seems to be what a lot of people who are currently in charge of fandoms are doing with the fandoms they're in charge of. Looking at you, Star Trek, Star Wars, and freaking Marvel Comics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's a rant for a different day, slightly. But yeah, I don't know where you're getting the idea that there even is a standard way that nerds or geeks look. As long as you're a proper nerd or a proper geek by the standards of meritocracy, expertise, and passion, nobody gives a fuck. No one.
God, that has to be the stupidest thing that's been said in this video so far, and that's saying something.
Yeah. That's the stupidest thing I think I've heard said in a long time. And the baffling thing is she is so convinced of it. She considered it so unquestionable that she doesn't even phrase it like a question. She doesn't even ask, do anime fans have this she just assumes that it's automatic. She finds it to be a fundamental truth. And I don't know what circle she's been running in, but whoever she has interacted with who has that problem, honestly, I think it's entirely her. Because she is in either a bubble of one where she's once again projecting motives onto people and assuming people's intentions and people's frameworks rather than actually bothering to learn about them, or she found herself in the weirdest bubble of people it's possible to find herself in, and they're not indicative of the anime fandom as a whole, like otakuism or weebery. But yeah, it's I don't even know where you could get the impression of
Ah, shit. Hey, don't. No, give him 1 second, folks. Hmm. Yeah, sorry for the dead air, folks. I am not exactly a talker. All right, well, while we wait for Dolan to reappear, I will continue the video and do the best I can to speak. Alright, folks, give us one moment to sort these things out. Yeah, looks like my internet's really messed up today. There he is. Hello, Dalton.
Okay, where did we lose each other? Because I had assumed you were having technical difficulties again.
Damn, I don't even remember, to be honest.
Because on my end, how it looked was you just went really quiet when I finished the rant, and I had assumed you stepped away to do something there.
You cut out mid rant, I think.
Well, damn, that's sad. What was the last thing you guys heard, and I will attempt to pick up from there.
I don't remember. I was busy trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay. Cause yeah, it was dead for long enough that I had to disconnect to see what happened to you.
No, but my internet is fine. I just assumed something happened on your end.
Oh well, then mutual technical difficulties clusterfuck. Lol.
Yeah. So far I've been good. Should we just continue on and like?
I wish I knew where I left off so I could pick up from the place I apparently died in.
If you want to start again, that's fine. I mean, like, I'm sure the same points will be coming up and up again as these go.
Yes, I'm sure. So we can just move on. But short version, the only criteria geeks and nerds have ever cared about is knowledge, passion, expertise, and general like intellectual and artistic merits.
Mm-hmm.
So the only time we get pissed off or defensive is when we have something that's, you know, worthwhile to us. Because the way geekdom always worked was the world was shitting on you, and you grabbed a hold of whatever IP it was, or whatever fandom it was, or whatever geekdom it was, and that got you through the dark times of life or whatever. So when people started shitting on that thing, it, you know, clearly, because it was that important to you, manifested negative emotions in you. It's kind of like if I gave you the Holy Grail, you would not.
You said that part. Remember that part.
Okay, so I think I made it through the rant then.
Okay.
Mostly. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So banana.
Right. Banana.
It was really only very recently that I talked about being an anime fan online, because I don't like having those conversations day in, day out. I think where I see it the most is from my friends who cosplay. They'll get told, you can't cosplay that character because you're black.
I've been called slurs.
Okay, for one thing, who the fuck does that? I mean, like, if it's a shitty cosplay, fine, critique it, but goddamn.
Yeah, but
I feel like this is, I don't know. Like,
I mean, I can see it at least a little bit with cosplay, because sometimes, race swapping or gender swapping fucks with the aesthetic of the character. But then again, I've never been big into cosplay myself. That's always been one of the areas of geekdom that's sort of alien to me. And oddly enough, I see an overrepresentation of, you know, the social justice hipster types in
cosplay
than I do like genuine nerds. It seems like geekdom on the easiest possible mode. You just have to look like the character in a lot of ways. Now, that's not to say that there aren't genuine nerds in cosplay, and they don't, you know, it's not to say there aren't hyper-focused, obsessive nerds who fuss over every little detail of their cosplay, because that does exist. I'm just saying that relative to the relative to geekdom overall, I see a higher proportion of the, for lack of a better term, noobs or surface level geeks or superficial geeks in cosplay than I do in other areas of geekdom that require more like knowledge based generally.
Okay, so first cosplayer here is cosplaying Rinso Saka from the Fate Stay Night series. Doesn't look too bad. It's a little. I think it's. I don't know. It could be the image that's comparison, but it does look a little too simplistic.
Yeah.
In terms of cosplay, I'm not like. I actually have never cosplayed, but I do a lot of. I've dressed up a lot for Halloween and stuff. So.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, granted, I'm like. They're very simplistic costumes. Mainly, I just grab stuff from around my house.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So Mavis. That looks cool. Actually, that's really cool.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, I think that would be a much easier costume to find stuff for than other cosplays.
True, but I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie. There are some people out there that are gonna be dicks. As well, it's humanity, so
yeah, human nature. To be a dick is unfortunately human.
Yeah. But usually, and I've actually like I've watched some cosplayers on Twitter and stuff. Amazing work, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm not refuting Dalton's statement on maybe some cosplayers are superficial. Granted, I think if you're going to put so much work in cosplaying and stuff, I think you have to be enough of a geek to
to at least be that little bit extra obsessive.
Yeah.
But that's again kind of the weird hierarchy that you find in geekdom. What people respect, what people admire, what people find valid is that level of obsessiveness, is that level of expertise, is that level of passion. Which is why it annoys a lot of people when you see low effort cosplays or cosplays that gender and race swap characters for no reason.
Actually, well, speaking as myself, I have no problem with it. It's mainly, again, like, it's the effort that's put into the cosplay is my thing.
Yeah.
I'm speaking as myself. I don't know about other people. I think mainly my major thing is, and this really just goes with everything, really, is the merit of it. You know?
Yeah.
If there's,
I'm just saying that I can understand why people might be disproportionately defensive in the realm of cosplay, because cosplay is a lot easier to do wrong than it is to do right, and so you have a larger mass of like low effort pseudo cosplays than you do the types that genuinely do go that extra mile and put in the level of geekdom they should into cosplays.
Don't you clipped out there?
Did I?
Yeah. Right as you were going into.
Well, God damn it. What I was saying.
You were talking about like it does make sense for some to have issue with that.
Yeah, to be defensive, because cosplay is a lot easier to do wrong than it is to do right. It's a lot easier to just haphazardly throw a costume together than it is to genuinely do a high level cosplay. And so, since it is that much easier to do wrong than it is to do right, I imagine people who genuinely appreciate good cosplay are a little bit more defensive, just because there's enough people half-assing cosplay that it kind of strikes a raw nerve with them. So you might occasionally get those defensive people being a little bit disproportionately defensive.
Mm-hmm. I mean, being total asshats and like attacking the people, that ain't cool.
Yeah.
Obviously.
That's some bullshit regardless. But giving people as much benefit of the doubt as possible, some of it is probably just displaced or misplaced defensiveness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because people don't like seeing incompetent shit get praised. So when people clearly don't put in the effort, I imagine that does make people pissed off if cosplay is your thing.
Mm-hmm.
And all the more power to you, honestly, as far as I'm concerned, if cosplay is your thing.
There was a time I actually, when I was younger, I thought about like that was long before I went to an actual con.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to do cosplay, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I still kind of do, but to a lesser degree. I more just appreciate the craft than anything. But I actually made like a long ass list of things I wanted to cosplay as. I think Mr. Freeze was like at the top, like one of the tops.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's a little bit hard to picture you as Mr. Freeze.
It's gonna be a pain in the ass to make if I had gone through with it.
Yeah. I definitely think that like a Casey Jones would be easier for you to pull off.
Fuck you.
What? I know how much you like Casey Jones, and you already have the bat and the freaking hockey mask somewhere. So
I don't have a hockey mask.
Okay. Well, you'd need to get one, but anyway.
Right. Okay. 4 minutes left.
Halfway through. Jesus Christ. Banana.
No.
Fan. I've been called many names, or you only like it because Megan Thee Stallion likes it, or if you don't know any anime. It's a lot.
Okay.
So if being a black fan.
That last one, or actually those last two, are not implicating your race in anything whatsoever. They're shit tests for merit. Because, again, in geekdom, what we respect are knowledge, expertise, passion, and general artistic or intellectual merit. So if you can't display those things, or people have a reason to suspect you don't have those things, then that is a you problem. It is not a your race problem. It is a you problem. Because if your interest in things is superficial, it makes it harder on those of us who have actually had to defend our geekdoms. Because generally, when in ye olden days, when you liked geek shit, you got shit for it. But now, because geekdom essentially won the cultural argument, you have a lot of people who are late comers into geekdom who not only are late comers, but also don't seem to want to put in the work that everyone else had to put into to get here. And that makes those of us that did do the work, or those of us that at least respect the work that others did, a little bit defensive. Because and it's not an age thing or a your lifespan thing or whatever. What it is even a new geek to something, if they're a genuine geek, will learn as much as they can about whatever their topic of geekdom is. Like, I didn't get into Doctor Who until the 11th Doctor. But rather than be a lazy son of a bitch, I realized I have access to the internet, and I, like a real geek, did fucking research. And especially in the age of the internet, where it takes 5 seconds to Google information that it would have taken 20 years to learn otherwise, to not at least put in the effort of familiarizing yourself with the lore of something that you claim to like does put a negative light on your claim to like something. If you claim to like something, but you don't put in the effort to deepen your connection with that thing, then it's perfectly reasonable to assume your liking of it is superficial. And superficiality is almost universally negative under most people's standards. Under most people's model.
Yep. Hey, don't speak for a sec.
Hello?
Okay. Yeah, I was just checking. But what I was gonna say was another thing I have with another like issue I would have with cosplayers is what I have just now. I don't know if this is a coin term or not, but cause thoughts.
If it isn't, it is now. Well done, sir.
Yeah, but it's
People
similar.
who use cosplay as a way to emphasize their sex appeal and for no other reason, basically.
And there are some that I have heard of, but it's similar to like a Twitch thought,
Yeah, and I'm sure there's plenty of overlap therein between Twitch thoughts and cause thoughts.
I'm sure there is, but that's another that would be an issue I have is simply, well, yeah, using. I mean, like, there's. I think it's kind of complicated to explain. For me at least, because I don't know the exact words. But the thing again, like, I think that would be an issue simply because you're not exactly respecting the fandom that you were using or portraying. You're just using it to get either using it as money or to gain money or just flaunt yourself.
You want all of the benefits and all of the superficial acceptance, but you don't want any of the. You want all of the benefits, but none of the work.
Mm-hmm.
Is the thing, and that does piss people off, especially because a lot of them have put in the work.
I'm not saying they're actually like professional cosplayers, there's Yaya Han, who's like, she's like one of the major cosplayers in terms of like fame. But she puts in a lot of work for her costume. From what I remember seeing of like a show called Heroes of Cosplay that was on years ago on Sci-Fi.
I was gonna say that was Sci-Fi because I remember seeing like the pilot episode of it after Face Off one time. Speaking of awesome things that should be used in cosplay, Face Off was an awesome show, and makeup effects should definitely be used in cosplay.
And some do. My thing is I've always liked cosplays where they mix genres together. Like, I remember seeing, and again, this is from Heroes of Cosplay. Like there was a guy who combined a stormtrooper armor with steampunk style, and it looked amazing. And I wish there'd just be more creativity put into cosplay because more often than not, I mean, like there are people who get really creative with their cosplays, but more often than not, it's just it's a copy and paste of something from just one thing.
Yeah, I saw at an actual steampunk convention that I and a couple of my friends went to a couple of years ago, a steampunk version of Heath Ledger's Joker.
Oh, dude, that sounds awesome!
Epic as shit. It was awesome. It was genuinely cool. I think one of us got a picture of the guy and with the guy. I'll have to see if he still has it. So it wasn't me, I don't think.
Either way, the major thing with cosplay, and since they did bring it up, and I don't really get how it's really. I mean, like I get why it's related to anime, but cosplay is kind of engrossed with pretty much all pop culture, to be honest. But that's besides the point.
Yeah, because you can cosplay as literally anyone from anything. How you could be a writer who writes their own shit and then decide to cosplay as one of your characters. Why not? Hello?
I'm sorry, you gave me an idea.
Yeah, I planted the idea in your head. I wondered if that might happen.
I mean, with
the technical difficulties we've been having all night, I had to make sure that you were still there.
I mean, I probably won't do it in a long while, but I might someday. Excuse me. Anyway. Yeah.
Side note: now I'm gonna have to go and look up Dresden Files cosplays because I really want to see what some people have done with the Dresden Files characters.
Mm-hmm. All right. Ready?
Yep.
Banana.
A lot.
So, if being a black fan of anime subjects you to this much racism, then why do we love it so much?
There's no one answer for me. The fact that I didn't have to engage with Western politics and I could look at something else for once and learn about something else. And also just because these things are cool.
Is the quote-unquote abuse you're getting because of your race or because you're a superficial cunt?
Wait.
This is...
I'm sorry. No, please finish your thought, and then I'll say it.
And, okay. Even if the abuse you got was racial focused in nature, like using the N-word or whatever, that doesn't mean it was motivated by racism. It's simply taking a quality that you have and using it as fodder for the insult, which people do when they want to insult you over anything. Like, I have a slightly lazy eye. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point in the future somebody who dislikes me, because being, an entity on the internet requires that you will get haters, because of course, somebody who dislikes me, I'm sure, will start throwing out, attempts at cripple insults, or pointing out that I have a lazy eye, or calling me insane because I'm an occultist, or any number of other fucking things. But that doesn't mean that they actually hate those qualities about me. They're just using those qualities as representations of why I'm invalid, which is what any insulting troll worth their salt tries to do. It's always invalidate the person rather than actually addressing the argument. And granted, that is a shitty and awful way of dealing with things, which is why it's fun to troll trolls back, in my opinion, because I always go, you realize that's not an argument, and then people explode, and it's funny. But just because they use something about your race to make the insult or make the attempt at invalidation, that doesn't mean that they are racist. It simply means that they reached for anything, and the thing that they ended up picking just so happened to be your race. That doesn't mean they're actually racist. It just means it's a lot easier to pick something visual because you can see it. If it's like a game. It's like you have 5 seconds to pick something from somebody that you don't like to make an insult out of. You don't put that much thought into it. You just reach for whatever is the most obvious. And if that thing happens to be your skin color, you'll get a racial insult, even if the person in question is not now and has never been actually racist.
Oh, God.
Because people just enjoy fucking with people because people are idiots.
And jackass.
It's like law number 1 of the internet. If you matter at all on the internet, you will be trolled, you will be hated, and you will be arbitrarily invalidated for stupid motherfucking superficial reasons.
Right.
The choice is what you do in response to that. Do you shut down, or do you attempt to hold the troll's feet to the fire and actually be a rational human being, even in the face of stupid? Sorry, go ahead.
You're good. Fuck. No, I don't have anything. I was scrolling back because they said something that kind of they did the thing where they like what articles do, where they invalidate the argument by saying something.
Oh, yeah.
You know? So I just God, I wish this thing had fucking captions. It does, but it doesn't have like it has auto-generated captions. Okay, hold on, let me.
There's no one answer. For me, the fact that I didn't have to engage with Western politics and I could look at something else for once and learn about something else. And also just because these things are cool.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's just they said
I can't hear what he said. What did he say?
Okay, for one thing, I think they recorded like Skype calls or something, so that's why the audio of them speaking kind of shit.
They must have, yeah.
But he said like, okay, so they asked the question, why do so many black people like it, like anime, right? If there's such a racist thing going on. And then the guy says,
we love it so much.
There's no one answer. For me, the fact that I didn't have to engage with Western politics and I could look at something else for once and learn about something else. And also just because these things are cool.
Okay, so he said that I don't have to engage with Western politics, and yet he's enforcing Western politics. Well, not Western politics, but Western politics into something that doesn't have fucking Western politics. Is that not? That is.
Yeah, it really
counteracting the argument.
Yeah, it actively refutes the entire premise of this whole thing.
Right.
And yeah, and once again, you're assuming that what you presented qualifies as racism without providing us a definition of racism, a methodology for detecting it, or a reason why we should care in the absence of the colloquial definition. You're presupposing your conclusion is the thing.
Right. Video or article, this always happens. They go on these long ass rants about nothing, where it seems like a disjointed mess, and then they say something that counteracts the entire argument up until this point. Then they go right back to the fucking rant.
Yeah, they simply don't have the idea of cause and effect or causation when it comes to logic or applying their own standards to themselves. It baffles me. Like it doesn't baffle me because I can't believe that they say it, because humans make mistakes. What baffles me is how could they get to this point in the argument and not spot themselves making that mistake and then wonder, should I be saying this? Because even if you do believe what you're saying, if I was arguing for, I don't know, any of the things that I believe in, whatever they may be, you can insert one, and I caught myself in a flat out contradiction like that, it would at the very least make me stop and go, hang on, clearly I'm not competent enough to make this case. I should stop bitching until I'm more competent at making the argument, and then once I'm more confident at making the argument, I can come back and finish making the argument. But a flat out contradiction like that just doesn't even appear to, like, it doesn't even occur to them that that is a flat out contradiction. They just keep going because their conclusion is so unassailable, so perfect that contradictions be damned. It doesn't matter if literally everything they say contradicts the premise they're arguing for. The premise is essentially unarguable in their minds. And that's the scary thing. The idea that someone could be so intellectually stagnant that they can hold to a belief even while flat out contradicting the reasons why someone would believe that thing. Because if you cannot under any circumstances change someone's mind, it means their mind is officially done. Like the moment your conclusions or your premises become so set in stone is the moment when you have failed as a thinking being. Because if no amount of argument or evidence or reasoning could ever reason you out of something, then you're essentially a zombie as far as that idea goes. And that's fucking terrifying.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we really gotta finish this fucking video.
Banana.
Just this, our first fucking topic of the night, and I'm already drained. All right. Banana.
Banana.
In a lot of anime that I'm familiar with, like there's usually some layer of prejudice against the hero. Like some people doubt them, some people think they can achieve it, or just that they're hated. So Naruto, for example, he's treated poorly for a large part of his life, and he still rises to the occasion and perseveres to become Hokage one day.
Okay.
Wait, what? I missed all of that because of how badly it was echoing. What?
Talking about Naruto and like the prejudice. Apparently, like every anime has like a prejudice when it comes to like the hero of the story.
Yeah, it's called making your protagonist an underdog. Literally every story does it on some level.
Mm-hmm. But I have a good idea where this is going.
Oh, joy. That's such a good sign, he said sarcastically.
It's the title and the fact that they mention prejudice against the protagonist. It's not hard.
Oh dear, it's gonna turn into my black people that are oppressed, isn't it?
Yep. Probably. I will be. If it isn't, I will literally. I don't know what I'll do. Like, I'll give $1.
I'll applaud if they can bring this up and not go, but black people are oppressed. I will genuinely applaud. But I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah, I'm not holding my breath. All right, Banana.
I got problem. Like there's tons of characters like that who face that in their journeys. I think it resonates with me as a black woman because it is just something where like existing in itself can be a challenge. Existing in a world that does not want to accept us is challenging. I love church.
By what criteria, first of all, and second of all, do you not have any other more pressing qualities than just being a black woman? This is my issue. When I see a person who defines themselves solely by their demographics, I become convinced that their demographics is all there is to them. Like, okay, I am disabled. I am a religious minority in the fact that I'm an occultist. I am gay. But if you have a conversation with me, you will find that all of those three categories I just listed are only at best a starting point for getting to know me, and in most cases not even the most interesting thing I have to contribute to a conversation. And I like it that way, because if at any point I was so oversimplified that all I was an avatar for gayness or an avatar for disability, that would mean to me that I have failed as a human being, because I've let my base stats, to put it in D&D terms, define my entire gameplay, basically, to put it in D&D terms. if you have a character in any story ever that is just their base stats, you failed as a writer, because it means there is nothing internal to the person, or there's nothing defining to the person other than their base demographics. And that's horrifying, both as a person who would be expected to be that, and as a person who would have to deal with anyone like that. Because what we react to the most, more than anything, as humans, is personhood. That's why there is such a thing as the uncanny valley. Because if a entity looks like a person in every respect, but doesn't have the internal life that we define as personhood, that is creepy as fuck.
Right.
Because at that point, you're basically just dealing with a blank automaton.
May I provide an example of like character I have written by describing their base qualities, right? So what I am going to do?
Please feel free.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is describe a character first by their base, by their base, by their base attributes.
Mm-hmm.
Then I will go further deep into the character, what actually makes them interesting, right? And Don, if you remember, like yesterday's stream we were on, you'll remember this character because I feel like it's my go-to at this point. Okay, so you have a woman who is bisexual. I don't have a race because, to be honest, this is for live action, and I was just going to cast a really good actress.
Yeah.
But, yeah. A woman who's bisexual, right? Okay, so... So this woman starts off as like a teenage girl, like mid-teens, right? She lives in pretty much a shithole. Like, essentially, it's Gotham, right? Like hell on earth city. It's shit. She's a child prostitute who only became a child prostitute because her mother, who was a prostitute and a fucking junkie, died from an overdose and has debt to pay to her pimp. Now her daughter is forced to pay off that debt. And let me tell you, her life sucked for like 4 goddamn years, as a child prostitute does. She would have died by the very pimp that she was indebted to, because, pimps are kind of fucking assholes.
Yeah.
But she is saved by what is essentially Batman, or my version of Batman, right? She's taken in, she is trained, she is loved, she is cared for, and eventually is able to open up after being so closed off and cynical and just full of angst and pain and loathing. She's able to open up to the point where she can move past that pain. Or at least she thinks so. Because she eventually has a relationship with a guy, and it's fine, they enjoy each other's company and stuff, but there's nothing deeper than that. Right? So they break up, mutual terms, like legitimately mutual terms, because I'm very sure that can happen. In terms of relationships, And then sometime later, she has a relationship with a girl, and who is able to make the former child prostitute, who for the longest time, like she wasn't even fully aware of it, had such a what's the opposite of affinity?
Huh?
What's the opposite of affinity? Like
disjunction, maybe.
Well, whatever word, like that.
Hold
on. Okay, let me go to Google.
Or disaffectation, maybe.
A word I could probably pronounce.
Let's see.
Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Affinity, definition, and antonyms. Come on. Okay, aversion. She has an aversion to physical contact. But through the love and care of her girlfriend, she is able to finally accept physical contact with another. Because deep down, that's what she wants. Not just to be emotionally open and to trust someone with her heart, but to also be able to hold and be held, feeling safe in another's arms. Because she was denied that in her youth. And eventually, after all of this character work, she is finally able to take up the mantle of the next Batman, like archetype character. Okay. Now, if I just kept her as a bisexual woman, do you think she'd be interesting?
No.
Okay. And everything I just described, right?
Yeah.
Does that not make you want to read like an entire fucking series about that character? So again, so what I'm saying is like the base traits are simply the stepping off point for a character.
Yeah, it'd be stupid to say they tell you nothing about a character, but to limit a character to just their base stats is stupid and kind of horrifying.
Right. But I'm sorry, you were going to say something before when I was talking about like the base, or is it not?
No, it's fine. It's fine. The thing I was going to say is imagine a world in which everyone is limited to just whatever their base stat is. So, as a gay, crippled, religious minority, I would be limited to just that as like my identifier, and I wouldn't be allowed to do anything else that didn't somehow relate to those three criteria. If you saw that civilization where everyone was limited to their base criteria, I dare say you would call that oppressive, because it would basically be like Nazi freaking Germany. But you, my young lady, limit yourself to just being a black woman, and you don't understand why Brainstormer and I find that to be sad and self-limiting and horrifying.
Well, I just find
it implies that you are missing all of the internal personhood that makes a person worth paying attention to, that differentiate a person and an object, for example. And the fact that you would do that to yourself, the fact that you seem to believe that you are just a black woman, is the saddest thing of all. Because it's one thing for a asshole, mustache twirling villain to say, you'll never amount to anything more than your base demographics. But it's quite another thing for you to say to yourself, I am just my base demographics, and I will never amount to anything more than my base demographics.
Right.
That's fucking horrifying.
I mean,
that's the moment at which you are psychologically broken. When the person no longer even has to, when the person who is hurting you no longer even has to tell you you'll never amount to anything. When you start saying it to yourself, is the moment where genuine tragedy begins.
Right.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, you brought up yourself, right? You brought up like the base elements of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Which, to be fair, I find pretty interesting things about you.
Mm-hmm.
As we go more in depth, obviously. Baseline, yeah, no, it's interesting by itself, but if it's just that, like the surface of it all,
yeah,
then no.
The fact that all three of those coalesced into one person is kind of interesting.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool. But since you and I have been friends for pretty much over a year now, I've gotten to know a lot more about you and like your personal life and stuff. And like, and I say like weird, and I always say this, and this might go on like a shirt or a poster or whatever. But the weirdest thing I know about Dalton L. Mortimer is that he doesn't like sandwiches.
Like, I swear someday you're going to make like an anti-sandwich inquisition and not down all of
Yeah, and like out of everything I know about Dalton, that is the weirdest thing. And he finds it hilarious because he thinks everything else about him is weird. Well, I find it just
well, it's not just that I consider other things about me weirder than that. It's that everyone I've ever met finds the stuff that I'm more, upfront about, the stuff that I'm more flamboyant about, more shocking than the fact that I don't like sandwiches. But Brainstormer can see all of that weirdness that is, me. All of the, basically dressing like a Victorian undertaker, all of the, working with spells and magic and shit, all of that. And his breaking point, the straw that breaks his camel's back is that I don't like sandwiches. I find it really endearing that he can look past all the other shit and hyper focus on that.
You cut out for a sec.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
What I was saying was, yeah, I find it really endearing that Brainstormer can look past all of the more like superficially weirder shit, and the straw that breaks his camel's back is he doesn't like sandwiches. I can put up with all the other shit, but he doesn't like sandwiches. Boom, that's weird.
Yeah, dude, everyone I've ever met, like sandwiches. Like even the most revile, repugnant pieces of shit that I've met in my life, like sandwiches.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking bloody.
My one exception is my one exception is grilled cheese. That's the one that even I cannot resist.
Dude, actually I need to learn how to make grilled cheese myself. I can do a lot of things with that, like put some syrup into cheese and stuff. Maybe some cinnamon on the bread. I put I don't know. It's just the syrup thing was because like I tried to make like eggs with and put some syrup in it. It's because we had some syrup and we didn't have any waffles or anything. So I just figured I'd use it.
So you were just using it as a sweetener.
I thought it'd just be an interesting food to do. Scrambled eggs with syrup in them.
Well, I mean that's like 2/3 of French toast, so one wonders why you didn't just go ahead and make French toast. If you had eggs and you had syrup, then you're like halfway there.
Dude, I do not know how to cook, and I have family members who are like master cooks.
I'm gonna have to get you addicted to my favorite cooking show. Is what needs to happen then. I need to show you the wonders of the show known as Good Eats.
My uncle already watches cooking shows, and I've never been interested in them.
This one I think will be up your alley because it's like several different flavors of geekery at once.
Dude, the only thing I've ever watched cooking related is like Halloween Wars. And I've only like watched it every now and then.
And that's because of your Halloween obsession.
Well, no, it's not even that. It's just like the effort and like the craftsmanship of it all. I find interesting, and like the end product always looks cool, like a decoration.
Yeah, like I said, I think I can red pill you on cooking with the use of Good Eats. Good Eats is an amazing show.
All right. So shall we banana?
Yes, that was the strangest sidebar ever I think we've ever had. But yeah,
I don't really think it was a sidebar. It's whatever. Banana.
banana.
I love Kurosawa films and things like that, and a lot of the anime followed those storylines. Just let me walk the earth like Cain and avenge the death of my master.
There's a lot of parallels here with black people's affection for kung fu films, but that's another video.
It's a really interesting thing.
I'm sorry. Did she say? I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, Dawn. It's just like she said Cain and then avenge my master, and some tells me she doesn't. Like, she might have been mistaken, but
I can't even hear it because it's echoing so badly. Let me disconnect and reconnect and see if that helps, because I couldn't even understand most of what was said there.
all right. Give me a second, folks. I don't know what the fuck is up with StreamYard. Okay, let me move this back to. Okay. All right.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can. Yep.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Huzzah. Yes.
Yeah. All right.
All this once
All
again
right,
right with the world. Let's see if
give me a second.
the echoing problem is fixed.
All right, give me 1 second. I was trying to I think it's got a little slow for me on my end for a sec, but all right. There we go. All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Ready? Banana.
Banana.
And things like that, and a lot of the anime followed those storylines. Just let me walk the earth like Cain and avenge the death of my master.
There's a lot of parallels here with black people's affection for kung fu films, but that's another video.
It's a really interesting thing now that I think everybody is sort of coming out going.
Yeah, I don't. There doesn't really seem to be a connection with the argument of that statement at all.
Unless there is something that I'm missing here, yeah, it doesn't really connect to anything.
It's really just like a fucking article, but with fucking visuals.
Yeah, which, given that it's from The Guardian, doesn't surprise me, honestly.
True. God damn it. Well, I spent 3 fucking hours on this video.
So much wrong, so little time.
Mm-hmm. All right, banana.
Banana.
Yeah, I've been a fan of this for years. if they're over the age of 35, they're going to remember getting bootleg VHS, or friends got them and dubbed them and passed them around. And that's why the Black anime audience is older. People think, oh, now Black people like it too. No.
What? No. Who the fuck has thought this shit?
No one ever singled out Black people other than you guys doing it to yourselves, honestly.
The weird thing is, I would say that I think a majority of anime fans, a vast majority of anime fans, are Black. But I don't really think it has any type of culmination with race, to be honest. I think it's just some type of happenstance.
I think our generation was the first generation that kind of grew up on anime, thanks to stuff like Toonami. But before then, I imagine anime was like any other form of geekery, and that it was rare that anyone of any race, color, or creed liked anime, let alone any particular subset of race or creed or whatever. And for the most part, I imagine it's just a matter of, if you were a Black person who happened to like anime, you were a Black person who happened to like anime, or you were an anime fan who just happened to be Black. I don't think the race. Yeah, there was no racial subset aspect to this really at all.
Mm-hmm.
Other than one you've created for yourself, which makes you once again the problem, not anime as a whole, and certainly not the anime fan base.
Yeah.
And no one thinks in terms of broad demographics. No one thinks, or at least very few people think in terms of Black people X, or white people X, or Asian people X, or Hispanic people X, or any demographic of anything ever X. This is the fundamental problem. I do not consider demographics to be hive minds, and I do not consider collectives to be cohesive entities. So I'm not concerned with what Black people do in the abstract, or what white people do in the abstract. I am concerned with identities that have more to do with a person's character. Like, if a person is a geek, I consider that to be more indicative of what they are like than their skin color, their race, their sexuality, what have you. Because that is a reflection of the person that they willingly or inadvertently adopt for themselves as a reflection of themselves. In the same way that the skills a person has are more indicative of what the person is like than their skin color, race, sexuality, etc. Or the interests a person chooses to pursue on their own free time. Because, see, skin color, race, sexuality, etc. are all, again, base aspects of a person. The interests and skills that a person acquires say more about how they choose to live their lives and what they've done with said life, and therefore reflect on them more as a person than their base demographics do. Because apart from the social justice ideology, we all seem to understand that demographics are not caucuses or councils. There is no high council of the Black that decides on Black people's behalf what Black people think. It's kind of honestly sort of unsettling that you would even say to yourself, Black people think X or Black people think Y. I'm more concerned with, what do people who I agree with on, I don't know, what interest they have or what skills they have think. Like, if I were a blacksmith, I might be concerned with what do other blacksmiths think, or what do blacksmiths as a whole generally think. But I've never in my life thought to myself, I wonder what white people are doing today. That's just it. It's so anathema that I can't even make my brain fire that way. Moving on.
Okay. Also, testing.
Yes, I can hear you. You are coming through loud and clear.
Okay. Banana?
Banana.
No, we've been here.
Anime references in black culture goes back decades, especially in hip hop.
That is why there's so much of an anime influence in Boondocks. Aaron Magruder, he was clearly a fan. LaShawn Thomas, who was also one of the people who worked on that show, he went on to actually move out to Japan and work on anime on his own, and he created.
Yeah, I just assume that the guy.
All of that has almost nothing to do with the fact that he was black. Nothing.
Yeah. Oh, Cannon.
Like, there's simply.
I'm sorry. No, she was mentioning Cannon Busters. I've heard of that and I've seen it on Netflix. I haven't watched it yet. I honestly haven't heard anything about it though. Is the thing. Also, isn't Boondocks supposed to be like a satire of like pretty much everything?
Kind of. Yeah.
But please don't finish thought.
It's baffling to me because she's talking about how this black person likes anime as though those two things are supposed to in some way be related. Like, again, one of these things is a base stat, a demographic, and one of these things is indicative of the person behind the base stats, basically. And honestly, I'm more interested in the person's interests and their skills than I am in their race or color or creed, honestly. Because one of these things tells me a lot more about a person than their demographic ever will.
Right. Well, also, like, again, like, really, like, well, hip hop was kind of, it isn't what it is nowadays, which I kind of think is shit, but like mainstream, mostly.
Mm-hmm.
But hip hop was very much, like any music, like any great form of music, was started off as an underground thing and for the outcast, and right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And again, like outcasts were like the geeks, the nerds, the weirdos, the people who didn't fit into really the archetypes of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of the guys of the I believe it's like the rap rock band or group called DMC. Darren McDaniels. He's a huge comic fan. I mean, like he even made his own comic, which is DMC Daryl Makes Comics, and I have that actually. It's really good, by the way. But
good for him.
Yeah, what I'm getting at is that there are these references, and I believe the Wu-Tang Clan are obviously like influenced by like kung fu movies and Bruce Lee and stuff like that. But they were just fans of these things and wanted to show their love and appreciation for it. Because I'm sure it helped them through times where they needed that. Like their music. And like their music or like whatever medium they used to become like these famous people did. You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just like I believe they are I believe the people who are presenting this video are like projecting, obviously, and misconstruing.
Well, it's it's not just projection, it's assuming that everyone else holds to the same worldview that baffles me. Like, it's one thing for me to say I judge things on whatever criteria I judge things on. It's another thing to say the criteria on which I judge things are the only valid criteria to judge things on ever. And so much so that I don't think that anyone else ever does judge things by any other criteria. That's essentially what they're saying. They're saying, I judge things in terms of race and blackness. And I'm so convinced that that's the correct way of interpreting everything ever, that everyone else, especially in my demographic, must do the same thing. And that's baffling. Like, no way of thinking that I hold would I ever assume everyone else just does by default. That's completely nonsensical to think. And it leads to the assumption of motives. You don't actually believe what you believe for the reasons you're saying. You believe what you believe for this reason that I've come up with. That's what leads to that shit. And it doesn't make any goddamn sense. The default assumption of you either are lying or you don't know yourself well enough to know what you want is the baffling part. Anyway, moving on. Yeah. Because we're still only on the first topic of the night, and it's already after 11. Oh boy.
So I'm thinking we do the next article and then skip to the positive one, because I feel like we need to be positive at some point.
Which article is next?
DC Comics.
Okay, yeah.
We'll save the Witches one for next week.
Yeah, we'll save the Witches one for next time.
All right, Banana.
Cannon Busters that came out last year.
Sean Thomas was also one of the storyboard animation production artists on Avatar: The Legend of Korra, and he's part of a small but growing number of black people involved in the production of anime. In the US, there's Saturday AM magazine that features manga from a whole host of diverse artists. And then there's Noir Caesar, a black...
Okay, for one thing, I actually know about Saturday, the Saturday thing, which is, it's really cool, actually. Like, I've read a little bit of, like, their main title, which is, like, a shonen called Apple Black.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad. I mean, it's been a little bit since I've actually read it, so I don't know how long it's been going for a while, like a few years, I believe. So it's I just haven't read in a while. So, but the thing is that most of these creators, I'm sure, are in the industry because they earned their place. Most. I'm not saying all of them is the thing.
Because unfortunately, nepotism and ideology exist.
Yeah. But
which unfortunately corrupts inequality, because then it's like, oh, you believe the right things, come on in the door.
Right. But again, like, I'm not saying like all of these creators. Let me see if I can get all of them in screen here for a sec. Nope. But yeah, no, it's just like I'm trying. Okay, yeah. I'm sure most of these guys got in because they were hard workers. They had innovative ideas and were just genuinely creative people that put their heart and soul into the projects they were working on.
They had skills.
Yeah, merit.
Mm-hmm.
And I got nothing else, to be fair. Just my point being across that you bring up that they're black, and that they're creators and like semi-famous in terms of like the community that they are and fandoms that they're a part of. But did they get in simply because they're black, or did they get in because they earned their spot there via their hard work? is the
And
thing.
even if they are black, do they want you to be referencing their race, or would they be angry with you for referencing their race? Like, is it George Priest?
Christopher Priest.
Yeah. Or yeah, Christopher Priest. He got so fed up with always being pigeonholed as the black writer that he literally and deliberately went and wrote people who weren't black. And I imagine if you called him the black writer, he would be very, very cross with you and probably punch you in the face, or at least hypothetically try to.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, our point being is it simply because they're black that they became these well-known creators, or was it because they were well-known creators and the subsequent fact that they're black?
Yeah.
You know, I feel like that distinction needs to be made.
Yeah, and the more nepotistic you are towards people of obscure demographics because they're part of obscure demographics, the less likely it is that they got there based on merit, and the more harsh people are going to be towards those people. If you want people to respect black people on average, then leave black people the fuck alone and let black people make it to the top just like everyone else did. But if you want people to actively distrust black people, then keep doing what you're doing and be as nepotistic as possible. Because people don't trust nepotism. People want to be sure that the people who they trust with having skills have skills.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I went to see a doctor, I wouldn't give a whit about their demographics. I want to know, are they good at being a doctor or not? And that's kind of important.
All right. Alright, so perfect example. All right, Don, you know me, like my work, because we talk about it basically every time we chat.
Mm-hmm.
Based on your knowledge of me and the work I've chatted with you about, would you, and the fact that you know that I am effectively a Latino, right? Do you think just because I'm a Latino that my work is good?
No. I find the very idea of that laughable. That I would even judge your work based on your race is hilarious to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't even know how that would work. Like, well, Brainstormer, this is very good for a mixed race mud of a Latino person.
Okay, well that's
like, I would expect to be punched in the face if I even began to seriously advance something like that, and I would deserve it to be punched in the face if I were to say something like that.
That just sounds like that sounds like an actual racist, like a '60s racist.
Yeah, like I don't even know how I could possibly genuinely think that without it coming off as the most punchable thing ever.
Right, but
and if I ever do become unintentionally that racist, please feel free to punch me in the face because I'll deserve it.
But okay, now since you know me and my work, right? Based on everything that you know of my work and the stories I've told you, right? Based on the merit of it, would you say it is good?
Yeah.
Okay. Why?
Yeah.
It's because I think that it is good, or
no? It's because you have an innate understanding and intuitive understanding of human nature and the world, and you have a very well, that was the worst possible moment to cut out. What I was saying was, it's because you have an innate seemingly innate understanding and intuitive understanding of how human nature works and how the world works, and you have a very unique and very specific perspective on the world that makes it easier, I think, to tell compelling stories.
Mm-hmm.
And also, you have a tendency of being semi-autobiographical in a lot of different ways with a lot of your stories. Like a lot of your characters reflect on aspects of your own personality, which is in and of itself a benefit because it means you can take your own internal complexity and you can explore it through your worlds and your characters.
Okay.
And you are an interesting enough person that you can have a few dozen variants of aspects of you, and those characters will be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Right. So again, like it's not because of what my pigmentation is simply because of the merit of the work that I presented. And I like to think that is what most of these Black creators have done.
Yeah, and if you started writing crap, I would be honest with you and be like, this is not your best work, dude.
Yeah.
And then I would probably have like 50 different suggestions about how it could be improved. Because I'm terrible at backseat writing sometimes when I come up with an interesting suggestion.
Right. Which is kind of why I have you as consultant and constantly chat. But
yeah,
okay,
sounding boards are good if you're a creative person.
Right.
You don't want to get so far up your own ass or in your own head that you can't see anything else.
But sidebar aside, obviously our point is that these creators, again, like you have, like for the presenters of this video, you have to make the distinction. Is it because they rose through their own sheer grit, determination, and will? Or is it just because they're Black?
Or were they handed everything on a silver platter because we need a diversity quota?
Yeah. And I feel like they're trying to shape it as though it's the latter instead of the former, and I liked it. I'm guessing that for most of these guys, well, it could be kind of a combination of both, but again, I don't know these creators well enough to.
Well, like, I mean, just speaking for myself for a second, if I found out that someone was, I don't know, being nice to me just because I was disabled, not only would I find that insulting, I would be actively mad at the person. Because there's nothing more infuriating for me than when somebody assumes that because I have a physical disability, I must also have a mental one. When somebody starts treating you like a kid and doing the like baby talk shit is the exact moment you want to punch somebody in the face. And the same is true if I found out that somebody gave me a promotion at a job just because I was gay, or pick anything else. And I imagine it's the same thing for you. If you find out you were just hired somewhere because they needed a diverse person and you happen to be the nearest diverse person,
well,
would that make you feel good, or would that make you A, want to quit, and B, want to punch some motherfuckers in the face?
Probably just quit, or just like have a fucking argument with someone, probably one of the higher ups, which would result in me getting fired. But at least I wouldn't be treated like a fucking
on your own terms, though. Yeah.
Yeah. Granted, I have gotten hired because of family, but that was simply because that's just again like that's a totally different topic. But
yeah. Family nepotism is slightly more understandable than demographic nepotism.
Yeah. Oh no,
because family has a personal investment in you as a person, whereas demographical nepotism is literally just, we need a new shade of human in this office. Click, get a person of color in here.
Well, I told you about my job, so you know things about that job.
Yeah.
So.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I literally had to butt heads with another Latino. Not because of demographic or bullshit. It's just because the guy was an asshole.
This was the guy you referred to as the midget, right?
Yep. Anyway, we gotta finish this damn thing.
We do.
But again, point. Are these guys black creators because they're just black, or is it because they are genuinely creative people that rose through the ranks to get to where they are now? That
happened to be black.
Yeah, that happened to be black. That is what I feel like you're missing. Like you have to define terms is the thing, and that's always the thing we always go with and like say. I mean,
yeah,
like,
this is why I'm so obsessive about it, because it's the simplest and most obviously straightforward thing you could possibly do, and it's also the one thing that everyone forgets to do ever.
All right, banana.
And then there's Noir Caesar, a black-run company which has diversity and representation as its mission statement. They're currently adapting some of their manga into anime shows.
I will say that there are creators out there who are fixing it. Black-owned studios, like stationed in Japan. There's also shows like Carol and Tuesday that have great representation.
Okay, I got nothing to say because I've never heard of these things until now.
Yeah, although I will say that when you make something like diversity your mission statement, then you are actively impeding making meritocracy your mission statement. Because normally, when you make an art project, you just try to make good shit. And then whatever form that good shit takes is dependent upon whatever good ideas you happen to have. But if you start from the point of diversity, then there is conceivably a set of circumstances where you might have a good idea that's not diverse enough, and therefore you need to forego it. When you put things other than the quality of the art ahead of the art, then by definition the art is taking a backseat. Whether it actually will or not is simply a matter of circumstances, but you act regardless of whether it actually will have practical consequences. You are at least in theory saying, I would rather have a diverse show than a good show. And that's never a good sign. Even if it's just in theory, it's still a bad precedent to be setting and a bad mindset to be holding.
I mean, I hope, like, there are some shows that can have the whole be diverse thing and still be good. Granted, that is extremely rare, but there are shows like that. It's just, I mean, like, okay, so you know how
either way, you're putting more walls in between the quality of the art and the artist than you need to. Like it's like if I had to run a marathon, and then somebody kept putting roadblocks in the middle of my line of walking, and then I decided to put an extra one in my own way. It's just stupid. There are already enough roadblocks between an artist and the possibility of making good art than to arbitrarily restrict yourself with another one. What happened?
I'm sorry, you running a marathon. It's funny to picture.
I understand why that's funny, but also fuck you for getting so much enjoyment out of it.
Oh, come on, you make jokes at my expense. It's time for me to do something for you.
No, I know. It's fine. It's just like I understand why that would be funny, but Did you have to laugh quite so fucking much out loud?
To be fair, I was holding it in for a good like I was holding it in for like a minute before I started to laugh out loud. And I was trying my best. I was trying my best to keep quiet.
Well, okay, fair enough.
But hey, you picture it yourself, like as you are running.
No,
around.
I know. It's the reason why I picked that was because it was a stupid thing that would never happen.
Right. But no, I get your point, obviously. It's like, really, to break into any type of medium of entertainment, like entertainment itself is one of the hardest mediums to ever break into.
Mm-hmm.
Like, can you, like, how many people are like actors? Like, it's just like, obviously there seems like to be abundance of actors, but I mean, just come on, imagine how hard it was for them to get in.
Mm-hmm. And the thing about being an entertainer is you have to get used with to performing in front of a crowd, whether it's a crowd of readers if you're a writer, or a crowd of viewers if you're a showrunner or whatever, or it's just a crowd of people if you're like a comedian or an actor. There are people in the armed forces who are like big, burly, ridiculously stoic dudes who still, to this day, would rather shoot themselves than get up on a stage and do like stand-up comedy.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's something about putting ourselves to that level of overt public scrutiny that you have to have honestly, in order to be an entertainer, there needs to be something fundamentally broken in your brain, because there has to be a part of your brain that goes, I'm in front of 1,000 people and I'm not totally completely shitting myself with fear right now.
Mm-hmm. And he was in theater, so was I. I still have a hard time talking to people on a stage.
I once did stand-up comedy at a local coffee shop that was near my college. And the first night I did it, I surprised myself with how good I did, and I actually got some laughs. And then I got the bright idea to try and do prop comedy.
Yep. That's where you failed utterly.
I died on my ass. It was horrible.
Ironically, that's Joker's story in Joker. I mean, somewhat.
Pretty much. I didn't have quite as interesting results of that horrifying feeling of dying on my ass, but yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, but that's enough sidebar. Let's. All right, Banana.
For Black characters, I do have a lot of hope, but I will say it's like by creator by creator.
There's so many things that we've accepted for so long because we were just so happy to be included at all. We can ask for more, and I think that's what a lot of fans are doing.
You'll have more folks who.
Here's my issue. No one in geekdom of any kind has ever used the phrase "you are not included" or "you are not welcome." No one. No one. Not a single bugger in any realm ever. The fact that you automatically assumed that you were excluded is your problem. I'm not saying it's your fault, because you might have self-confidence issues, you might have anxieties, you might, as somebody who deals with anxiety and depression a lot, I totally get when your own brain convinces you that you'll never amount to anything, you'll die alone, and no one will ever care about you. Totally understand that reaction. But on some level, you have to take responsibility for the fact that the shit that comes from your own brain is your own hang-up. It is not the world conspiring against you and plotting and scheming. Like, if I end up dying alone, like I sometimes in my weaker moments imagine I might, it will at least not have been because the world was plotting against me. It was because circumstances were such that happened. Whatever. But yeah, no one ever actively said you were not welcome. You assumed you were not welcome because you have self-confidence issues. And that's not your fault, but it is definitely inherent to you, not inherent to anime as a whole. Moving on.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, and I do sometimes. I watch reactors, like watch anime and stuff, like in case I like want to catch up on stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there are a lot of like black reactors who watch like anime and like a lot of geek stuff.
Yeah.
And never once have I like watched them or like heard them say anything relating to like basically what they're saying here in The Guardian at all. I mean, granted, it is a video, so they could cut stuff out. I don't know, but from what I've gathered from them, it's just they enjoy it. They like watching it. It's just as simple as that, right? They're geeks,
Yeah. Yeah. And even if somebody, for some fucked up reason, said you weren't included, then the correct response to "you're not included" is "fuck you, I'm gonna be included as much as I want to be, and no one can stop me." Like, using some of our black friends as an example, I pity the poor fool who tries to tell Mr. E he's not included in anything. Because the dude is 6'4" and it has like 3 black belts. So good the fuck luck with that. I pity anyone who tries to so corrupt he's not included in anything, because he will sap you so badly you will bleed from your brain. It's inconceivable that anyone would even if somebody was stupid enough to tell one of our friends they weren't included, the person who uttered that wouldn't survive.
Mm-hmm.
It would not happen. And using myself as an example, if anyone told me that I wasn't included, then one of two things is going to happen. I'm going to tell you, well, fuck you, your whatever you were doing wasn't worth being included in the first place, or I am going to intellectually pwn your ass and then possibly curse you if I'm feeling particularly vindictive. So good the fuck luck with that.
Me, kind of similar to what I did in middle school to a bunch of jackasses when I was trying to look for a lunch table. Just mind myself and just take a seat. Personally, now I'd say fuck off. Didn't take my seat, but
Yeah, but middle school changed things. Right. I sat alone for most of middle school. Actually, I was a very loner. I was going through a very loner phase at that point.
Dude, I could not sit alone because there were so many kids in that school. Like everyone took up a table. Everyone.
That's got to be a pain in the ass. I'm grateful that I basically was born and raised in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's perks. Anyway,
there were way more tables than people actually used in a lot of cases, so I was able to just sit alone if I wanted to.
I lost my train of thought.
You were sticking it to a bunch of assholes.
Right.
In middle school.
What I was getting at was like, obviously me taking my seat is just saying that I'm staying here and I'm enjoying this fandom or whatever, and fuck you for ever trying to tell me I can't be here. Is basically what I was getting across.
And also not to be particularly mean about this point, because I understand how much it can mean to have friends who are into the same shit as you. But even if somebody who was near to you said you're not welcome in whatever fandom or whatever, you're not allowed to watch anime because you're a black woman or whatever. Even if that's what someone ever said to you, which I'm not convinced ever happened. I'm convinced you just assumed that or misinterpreted that out of some mixed signal. But even if that were the case, even if no one around you who likes those things wants anything to do with you, you can still do it in the privacy of your own personal space. As much as beneficial as it is to have people who you can relate to, and believe me, it is a lifesaver, because god damn it, being alone is no fun, even when you're really enjoying yourself. But
Phrase.
when worse comes to worse, you can just be you can be a force of one if you have to. No one is stopping you from purchasing in the privacy of your own home anything ever. So at least not until the government has way more say than they should have, but that's a different story for a different day. And one we might get shot for someday. But yeah, even if your local anime club or whatever wanted to exclude you from it, just enjoy anime on your own time. What's stopping you? Why do you need a secondary source of validation? And again, I understand that it can be extremely fucking cathartic. I didn't have friends until like 9th or 10th grade and in my school, so there's that. But
you know what's funny? My high school had an anime club. I was never a part of it. One, because I didn't know it existed until like junior year, and also those guys get up at a light and like go to school to join the club, to meet in the club around like okay, so we started school around 9, so like an hour before.
Oh, you started school late then, because
yeah,
we came into school at like 7:45 usually.
Well, it used to be 8, but then it got moved to 9.
Lucky bastards.
I don't know why they didn't. I mean, like that was only like the high schools. Like at elementary and middle school still had to wake up at the same time.
Yeah, lucky bastards.
Meh. I mean, it also had drawbacks, like I wasn't allowed to take the school bus anymore.
Damn.
Apparently I lived within walking distance of the school, so.
Well, that wouldn't have been an option for me anyway. So.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, we gotta finish this fucking video.
Banana.
But like, I would like to be in a space where I'm not feeling so entirely alone. There are so many people like myself who are interested in this sort of thing. It's not just like a white fascination. It's like a thing that a lot of people share in and enjoy.
I've got lifelong friends just off the back of the fact that we geeked out together. I love anime. Like, I do.
I don't get what the fuck this is then, okay? Jesus Christ, you're all over the place.
Yeah, I don't know where you ever got the idea that it was just a white fascination or something. Like, who told you? And if no one told you that, then why did you assume that? By what framework, what idea in your head made that seem to be a reasonable thing to think?
It's so much worse than the article.
If if there was any idea that made you think that, then you were just wrong, my friend. There's no reason to just assume that because not enough black people like a thing, that you are somehow excluded by default from that thing. That doesn't make any sense.
My God, this is so much worse than any fucking article.
Yeah, because you actually have to watch the people saying the stupid shit.
Yeah.
Like out loud and in public and not ashamed of themselves.
Like, again, it's so
even
weird.
if I was reading a script and I had to say this shit, I would be ashamed of myself that I even needed to say it.
My main issue is like an article from an SJW or like one of these writers from these news sites is that it proposes an argument, does many straw men, counteracts the argument, then just goes on and on and on about nothing. Absolutely goddamn motherfucking nothing. And that pisses me off because, for one thing, did they not have to write essays that had a specific way of writing, like a beginning, middle, and end?
Yeah.
That pisses me off because
essay writing 101 is don't waste space or words. Like once you've made your point, get the fuck on with it. Is like essay writing 101.
Right, that was drilled into us from day one, ever since we had to do essays, which was like fucking elementary school.
Yeah.
You know, and just I don't get it because how the fuck does
even if you wanted to write a longer even if you wanted to make a longer thing or write a longer essay, you're supposed to fill it with more substance and content where possible. Like add more detail, add more anecdotes, add more metaphors, add more something of substance to the point. Don't just go off on a random tangent that has nothing to do with anything.
Right. Okay, freshman year of my high school, right? We were tasked with doing a argumentative essay, right? We were supposed to select a topic, do research, use the research as references and citations in an argument essay of, I believe, 4 or 5 paragraphs. Where one paragraph, which I believe would be the third or fourth paragraph, probably the third, where we were to counter argue and propose that the argument we were building could be wrong or flawed. Then obviously backpedal or go back and continue with our argument on whether or not
and anticipate the counter arguments and then strengthen your argument against those counter arguments.
And then obviously you have a conclusion, which was majorly fucking important for the grade.
Yeah. Make your goddamn points.
And here's the fucking thing. It was grueling, it was hard, it fucked with me, fucked my brain up to a point of exhaustion and frustration and just pure apathy at that moment. And I think I did well. Like I got like an A or a B. Can't remember. But I worked my ass off on it because I had to. These motherfuckers make these like even if you, because this is a fucking article essentially, just with visuals.
Yeah, in visual form. It's an article someone went, this would be really interesting to have visuals along with, so make a video about it.
But my point is, it has the structure of essentially an argumentative essay, but it fucking sucks. It's so.
Yeah, if you graded this on like argumentative essay terms, you just instant fail. Instant.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, video presentation is different than writing an essay, as is like public speaking and shit. That's why this more organic conversational style does tend to supersede
You're not
formal
wrong.
essays, but
You're not wrong, but it has the same purpose, though. Like it has, it's
yeah. Even then, you're supposed to maintain the parameters of an argument. Like there's a huge sort of subcategory in self-help that's like how to learn to make your case like a lawyer, or how to argue as though you're in court, or how to make a persuasive argument, or how to appeal to an audience, and so on and so on. Because there's still those same parameters, those same restrictions, just in a slightly different aspect of the world. And they don't know how to phrase their argument, and what's more, from what they've said here, I don't think they know how to think of an argument or think in terms of an argument, and that's just baffling.
Right. Okay. Really.
Let's finish this shit.
All right. Banana.
I love it.
There's spaces that are like advertised as just like, look, if you're black and you're into this stuff, then like come on down. It will be, in a convention hall somewhere in the States.
We feel encouraged to make a space where fans like us can feel welcomed and no one feels excluded. It's really about a community and being able to enjoy it together.
Okay, that's fun.
You were never excluded. Geekdom is about celebrating your fandoms and geekdoms together. That's what geekdom always has been. Always.
Hey, Dome, I'm going to pull a episode. Yeah. Okay, remember Legend of Korra?
Mm-hmm.
Episode 1, The Line. I'm going to do a variation of it. You know the line.
Oh boy.
You excluded yourselves.
I just
But am I wrong though?
You're right. It applies, but goddamn that line. Just why?
Yeah, I know. That fucking line. And if anyone's seen Legend of Korra, you know what we're talking about.
The moment where Korra becomes the straw man, like, racist, or the straw man prejudice person who thinks that the minority oppress themselves somehow. Like, goddamn Legend of Korra. Why is Legend of Korra everything wrong with social justice writing? Like, that was back in, like, 2013. That was at least a little bit before the social justice invasion of everything. I think maybe Korra was the testing ground for all this shit.
All right. So, but my point is, it seems like you are drawing this weird line and saying that it was drawn by other people, saying that you are not allowed to be part of this, when in fact you have been
or implying it or whatever.
Either implying it, saying it, or whatever. But in truth, you are alienating yourselves from everyone else by saying that they are alienating you, when in fact that is not the case. It is more the opposite. You are alienating them from yourself.
Yeah, you're basically being shown a giant welcome sign, and then saying to yourself, it says welcome on it, but I don't really believe that's a welcome sign. They must have ulterior motive. It's either sincere and genuinely scary paranoia on your part, or it's a really fucked up worldview that has prevented you from making human connections. And either way, I feel sorry for you, but you have to understand that your worldview is your own problem. It's not your fault, but it is very much your problem. I'm gonna keep making that distinction because I do not want to blame people, because I know what self-doubt feels like. I know what it feels like to feel like no one will why even bother, because no one will ever like me or want me or whatever. I know what that feeling feels like. But there's a difference between drawing that from the evidence of the world around you, or the logic of the world around you, and simply restricting yourself for your own arbitrary mental reasons. And when you are your own worst enemy, I understand that it can be painful as fuck, but you've got to learn to defend yourself against your own self-doubt, for one thing, because you'll never get anywhere otherwise. Now, healthy self-doubt is another animal entirely, because being an egotistical fuckwit who thinks they can do no wrong is also fucking stupid to the point of being evil. But degrading and belittling yourself into not trying or not working for something just because you automatically fear failure will ruin you every single time. Right. It's a fact of life.
Right. And okay, so they have like two. I can't say it without being racist, so whatever. Fuck it. They have two black girls cosplaying as Blackfire and Raven from Teen Titans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I feel like I have to bring it up. Starfire from Titans.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Remember how it was made such the news sites made such a big deal that people were hating Starfire because she was black, when in actuality it was just because the costume was shit.
The costume was shit, the character design was shit, and the character concept in the show itself was kind of shit.
Well, yeah, because most of Titans was kind of shit on the fact that they didn't know what the fuck they were doing.
Yeah, they were trying to recapture what Gwen Arakami did, but they completely fucked it up.
But again, that's a conversation for another time. My point being is, we don't care. It's like Martin Luther King said, and I can't believe I'm bringing him up, but it's kind of necessary. His dream.
I have a dream that one day my little children will be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
Right. Thank you, Don. I wasn't going to say it, but thank you for adding the gravitas. But again, my point is, I'd like to believe that for the most part, that's how we act today. Right?
Yeah.
Like a good, within fandoms. What I mean.
Yeah. Or at the very least, we try our damnedest to start from that position of just not caring about race.
Yeah. Because, again, like I said, most of the time, it's the outcasts that joined the fandoms.
Yeah.
Well, that's how it starts, at least.
Yeah.
Over the years, I would say.
Because when the world is busy shitting on you, you grab hold of whatever you can hold on to, and you rip it tight, and you say, no, this is mine. This is the one thing that the world will not take from me. And for a lot of people, that's fandom. This is the one thing that the world will not take from me.
Right. So again, my point being is, pedaling back to the video, is you are basically accusing people that they have not changed in mentality. Have not changed in mentality from like the 1950s and 60s. Well, even longer before that, obviously, but like I just
Yeah,
that
for
that's
Geekdom in particular, I would hazard a guess that one of the first places where integration occurred was in Geek Spaces, because when you know what it's like to be beaten up or bullied because of, you know, the fact that you like comics or the fact that you like D&D or what have you, I'm beginning to I find it hard to believe that anyone who's gone through the stereotypical treatment of being shoved in a locker or, you know, wedgied or, you know, any of that shit would
swirly.
then turn around and go, oh yeah, or any of that would then turn around and go, I'm gonna continue to do this to those people over there because they're a different color than me. I imagine what happened instead was, you know, we're all, you know, outcasts. We're all, you know, according to the rest of the world, we're all pieces of shit. We don't matter. So why don't we find comfort in each other's company?
Right.
Why,
Yeah.
why don't we unify behind the banner of people who like comics or people who like D&D or again, whatever. Insert a fandom, insert a thing that's geeky that you know you could rally around.
May I quote Samuel L. Jackson?
By all means.
Empathy, motherfucker. Do you speak it?
It is a genuinely good question because it seems like some of these people don't know how that works.
Right, but again, like our obvious point is I'm not like trying to generalize or anything. I would say most. I myself would say most of geekdom simply judge people based on the merit, their knowledge, and character of a person when joining said geekdom.
Yeah, their actions as a geek rather than their qualities as a person. Honestly, like.
Well, okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, but
like I honestly, I enjoy the fact that I can be friends with so many quote unquote diverse people. Like I enjoy the fact that my friends include a mixed race mutt, several black people, you know, any number of other minorities, quote unquote. But it still doesn't as much as we joke about it with each other, and part of the reason why we joke about it with each other is because of people like you making it an issue when it's not an issue, and how stupid that is. If we were just disembodied minds and we didn't know anything about any other qualities that we had, I would still love my friends because, you know, for better or worse, I've found some pretty good people here on the interwebs, and I wouldn't trade any of them for anything, and I would take a bullet for most of them. So there's that. If I had to.
You just crumble like paper, though.
Yes, I am aware of the fact that I am basically the real world equivalent of Mr. Glass. But Mr. Glass won in the end, god damn it. So keep that in mind.
But check private chat. You'll know my feelings about you, dude.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, okay. So let's finally finish this fucking thing. Banana.
If you want to hear more from
Okay, that's it. That had no purpose at all.
None. it wasn't even a consistent argument, honestly.
There was no argument.
They gave up. They gave up making an argument halfway through, and they just didn't. They just didn't finish making one.
It was like the latter half was trying to be like one of those video essays that was paying homage and like talking about their love of anime and like why it's good and all that.
And,
but even,
and I totally get that, because I've been a fan of anime since the old days of Toonami, when I was like 4 years old and watching DBZ dubs. But the fact that they tie that in with their blackness just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, no matter what those people looked like, they could make the same argument. And I know, because if it were us, if the Guardian had just made a video about like anime fans talking about anime, and we were included in that montage of people, we could say the same shit, because anime is awesome.
Yeah. Okay, so like I said, we're gonna do 2 other articles. Hopefully we'll get by them quick. We've been at this for like almost 4
One
hours.
of them is abounding in the comics article, so it shouldn't take
well, actually, the 2 we're gonna cover before we, are actually abounding in the comic articles. So yeah. All right. Jesus. All right. So first Bounty on Comics article is DC Comics announces their newest Gotham hero, describes them as a social activist. This is by John F. Trent, published November 3rd, 2020. Okay. Anything to add about the title, Dalton?
The social activist thing. Yeah, I'll save my arguments for when we actually get into it. But oh boy,
all right,
it feels like DC saw the reaction to Marvel's New Warriors and went, we got to get us some of that. Is what it feels like.
So absolute hate.
I don't pretend to know what goes through these people's heads. I guess in their worldview and by their criteria, the reaction they got was a good thing? ? Or they're so blind and indifferent to people's reactions that they don't know and don't care that people don't like it.
Yeah.
Which is probably more likely.
I will say this though, in terms of the big 2. Independent for life.
I still hold out hope that one day the characters that I know and love will be handled by people who don't hate them all.
Well, it wasn't even about the social justice things with DC for me. And I think I've said this before, is that at the time, like 2015 and onward, is that they never did anything that interested me. There were no titles that interested me.
What needs to happen is they need to stop rebooting the universe.
Right. Yeah.
Both Marvel and DC just need to stop rebooting their universe. They need to do like a series of polls with comic book fans and say, what things in our universe do you love? And then they need to just make all of those, whatever the fandom as a whole says they love, they just need to make all of those things canon. Right. And then they need to do another poll that says, what storylines have we done that you hate? And then when that comes in, make sure that every one of those is not canon, and then start from scratch with all the things people like or people feel should be canon as canon, and everything that people hated, cough cough, Peter selling his marriage to Mephisto, cough, needs to be non-canon, and then we need to just start from scratch there,
Right.
with a universe that hopefully makes sense.
I might bring up the thing I'm working on. You remember how you and I talked about that like some weeks ago?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Later though, maybe. Okay, so DC Comics announced their newest Gotham hero, Whistle, who is described by author E. Lockhart as a social activist. Weird thing is, the name is actually pretty cool.
Hold that thought. Just I'm just warning you that it gets really stupid.
No, I don't. I assume that it's just that it hurts that it's actually a cool name for a superhero.
I mean, just by itself, Whistle is not a bad name, but it's short for something, and that's gonna make it really awkward here.
Is it Whistleblower?
No, it might be even worse than that.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay. Whistle will make her debut in the upcoming young adult graphic novel, which is a graphic novel. So glad it's not single issues. Whistle, a new Gotham City hero. Really? That's what
you couldn't be any more creative with the title than that.
Remember the Batman title I pitched to you?
Vaguely.
Bat of Neo Gotham.
Oh, that's right. Your future series of book you wanted to do, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, just like that is an interesting title, right?
Yeah.
Whistle, a new Gotham City hero. Motherfucker. That is more of like that's not a title for a series or like a book.
That's basically just a description of what's happening.
Right. What the fuck? Okay, so with illustrations by Manuel Prieto. Art's okay. It's a little too simplistic for my.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. DC Comics describes the young adult graphic novel as a coming-of-age tale about perseverance, heroism, finding your voice to make change in your community.
There's a part of me that cringes every time I hear the phrase coming-of-age story, because that usually just means arbitrary teen drama bullshit instead of an actual story.
Right. I've seen good coming-of-age tales, obviously.
No, I have seen good coming-of-age story, like, what's his name? John Hughes basically was the king of coming-of-age stories back in the day.
Breakfast Club, right?
Yeah. But when people like this say coming-of-age story, they usually mean like a slice of life book, and superheroes really should not very often be slice of life books. Sorry.
Yeah, and then my main issue with that is recently, in like the last decade or like 5 years, that seems to be like the go-getter.
Yeah, the go-to.
Yeah, the go-to. Thank you. I don't know why the fuck I say go-getter, but the go-to for stories, like even in like major comic titles, you know.
Yeah, if I had a dime for every comic that started it at the very end point of a battle scene, so that it didn't have to address battle ever again, and then spent the rest of the issue with the character just going through the motions of his or her everyday life, I would be a very, very rich person right now.
See, that could work, but the thing is, that's all they do.
Yeah.
The thing. That's the issue.
And they never take advantage of the smart aspect of that, which is if you have a character who is a superhero or a cosmic entity or what have you, their everyday is by definition going to be different than your everyday. So why not focus on the aspects of their everyday life that make them interesting, that make them weird or out of the box? Like I had an idea for a series of Doctor Strange comics. I was going to call it Doctor Strange House Calls, which instead of it being a big event comic or it being, Strange loses powers for the 500th time and has to re-in them again, it was going to be Doctor Strange going through basically his everyday motions of being the Sorcerer Supreme. Now, that is a little bit slice of life-y, but it's a slice of the life of the Sorcerer Supreme. And Doctor Strange's everyday life includes exorcising demons, going to alternate dimensions, making sure the sun rises in the morning like it's supposed to, and so on and so on and so on. So you can have smaller scale stories or the characters, going through their everyday motions kind of stories. But it doesn't have to be, if somebody like this wrote that, my Doctor Strange House Calls idea, it would be about Doctor Strange having to go and file his tax returns or something. It wouldn't have anything to do with the fact that he's a Sorcerer Supreme, and that's a waste of potential.
Don't.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, I mean, if you have any last things to say,
go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna ask if you because I would say a lot of like superhero stuff I do tends to be leaning towards a slice of life stuff, but obviously I focus on the superhero stuff. It's just more of, again, like me, I'm more of like the human of the superhuman deal.
Mm-hmm.
Basically,
you're more of the Marvel approach. Like everyone is familiar with the quote by now. DC's superheroes are gods trying to be men. Marvel superheroes are men trying to be gods.
I feel like that's an interesting discussion to have one day.
Yeah, I don't think it universally applies either, but it's a metric that everyone is familiar with, and I think you very often go more the men trying to be gods route than the gods trying to be men route.
Actually, I have it be more of men that are gods but still are men.
Well, that's what it tends to mean by gods trying to, or men trying to be gods, because it's flawed humans trying to live up to high standards rather than people who fill high standards trying to dumb themselves down into mortal status.
Right. But I would like to pitch one character I've created, and I've told this one before.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the one I mentioned earlier, but this one is a single mother who's also a superhero and a widow. Yeah, a widow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So her. Oh, hey, Ahsoka Tano Gaming. You are very late.
Yeah, we're actually sort of on the road to wrapping things up here a little bit, but
what I was gonna say was, she's superhero, widow, mother. So her daily routine is wake up, prepare meals for lunch for her kids, fly basically around the world in like 5 minutes, solving like 10 or so disasters, get back, wake up her kids, just preparing to go to sleep, says Ahsoka. Yeah, you and me both, probably when I'm done with this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, have a good sleep.
Good night, Ahsoka. Pleasant dreams.
Mm-hmm. But what was right. Wake up her kids, get them ready for school, see them off, go on a worldwide patrol for like the next 2 to 4 hours, tidy up the house. Again, my point being is that she does a lot of the normal stuff that you kind of have to do as a parent.
But it's juxtaposed with, and my life as a superhero kind of complicates this.
Right. I realize, like, it's been done before, obviously. But, if it works, it works.
Yeah. And there is something unique about that, because, it's the notion of it's kind of like the effect of the Ghostbusters. Like, by rights, their job is weird and bizarre and supernatural, but to them, it's just basically equivalent to like an exterminator job.
I would say animal control, to be honest.
Yeah, or animal control or what have you. But I was just pulling up a random example that sort of fit the. Anyway, and there's something to be said for that sort of, because everyone can relate to the feeling of their work being meaningless, especially if you have like a meaningless 9-to-5 job. But juxtapose that with your job being, dealing with the fundamental forces of creation, and still having that feeling of, oh God, not this again, minor work annoyances, like, and this is the point this is one of the things I was gonna have with Doctor Strange, because he reacts to, earth-shattering existential threats to the planet with that response. Like, he reacts to demons or gods with that response of, oh God, not nightmare again. I have so many other things I want to do today, and so on and so on and so on. That's really interesting, because it offers a scaling of what, in a world where you consider, gods and demons to be kind of minor annoyances that you have to deal with for your job. What does that say about your power scale? Or if I did it with what's another hero I could do that with? Like the Sentry. Like, he's basically kind of Marvel's Superman. You could have him, dealing with, meteors about to crash into the planet and having to throw them away. Him thinking of that as kind of just taking out the trash or something. Like, it's just, oh, another boring thing I have to do for my job today, kind of thing. That's interesting. What's not interesting is, 5 seconds before the issue starts, there's an indication that I was doing something interesting, and now the stuff that normally would get relegated to in between the panels that we're going to be focusing on for an entire issue. Anyway, we need to get back on the...
Right, yeah. However, right off the bat, they detail that Lockhart's vision of Gotham is not the one you might find in other DC comics. Instead, they describe it as a reimagined Gotham City. Okay, see, reimagined Gotham City, baseline, no problem with, because, to be honest, we don't get to see a lot of Gotham City.
No. But when you start with the premise of the original Gotham was wrong, or the original Gotham was broken in some way, then I have a problem, because it's like, don't fix what isn't broken. Gotham has been the way Gotham has been, throughout the many interpretations of Gotham for 80, 90, almost 100 years. And you're starting from the premise of, even though Gotham has been around for 100 years as a concept, clearly none of those writers knew what they were doing. I'm going to change everything about it. If you're starting from the premise of something that's lasted for 100 years in print media is somehow wrong, I'm going to have to say that you're an egotistical bastard at that point. Like, you honestly want to tell me that, everyone from Bob Kane all the way down through, Bill Finger and into Grant Morrison and so on. Like, you're telling me that you are smarter or you are more insightful or more creative than all of those people. Then you are telling me you are a narcissistic lunatic who way overestimates their own worth here. That's what you're telling me. Moving forward, unless you have something to say, Brainstormer.
No. Again, like I say, like baseline, no problem with, because again, you don't get to see a lot of Gotham, and which is why I would love to do. Which is why I always thought of doing like the Batwoman show.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, if you guys go to my other channel, Brainstormer Pop Culture, there's a video where I rewrite season 1. But my main thing was I was going to explore different areas of Gotham that you never really got to see, not even in the comics
and
stuff. So yeah, just that.
All right.
Yeah.
Moving on.
In this reimagined Gotham City lives 16-year-old Willow Zimmerman, who becomes the superhero Whistle. As her mother struggles with cancer treatments, Zimmerman takes on a number of odd jobs that eventually lead her to a life-altering accident that grants her what DC Comics describes as a sixth sense that they claim is not only a blessing but a curse. So spider sense, essentially.
Well, kind of.
See, I get, like, it doesn't sound like a bad thing, because to be honest, it's weird because I've actually done a character who has like a similar thing with like their mother and cancer. Granted, it's a speedster one I told you about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I don't think it's going to be important, is the thing. I don't think it really is. I think it's just there.
No. It's gonna be preachy and heavy-handed, and it's going to have all sorts of socio-political metaphors strewn throughout that aren't going to be material to anything, or are going to be poorly handled and misframed,
Right.
and then you're not going to be able to care about the character. Mark my words.
Right.
Hear me now, quote me later.
Right. But it doesn't sound like, concept-wise, it doesn't sound bad. And I always say, good. There's no such thing as a bad concept, but poor execution. And I think execution is obviously going to be very poor.
Yeah, anything can be good, and I do mean anything. It's just a matter of how and why and where's and when.
Dude, I've literally done, like, my entire other channel is literally built upon me rewriting things that are absolute shit.
Yep.
And it's not even that hard because I actually stick with things that were originally there, like Batwoman. Like, the actual character and not the one that he did for the CW is actually pretty cool.
Yeah. And how? I mean, when the infamous New Warriors trailer came out for Marvel, we spent most of that stream doing minor tweaks to the character concepts and making them not only better, but like characters that you want to see continue coming up.
Yeah. Just, it always sucks because, these ideas can work. It's just they never either expand upon them or take them far enough, or
it always makes me sad when we can quote unquote fix a character in like less than 2 seconds, because that means all it would have taken is another 2 seconds worth of thought, and it would have gone from an ungodly mess of a thing to actually kind of interesting. And it means they just didn't bother to put in the effort because they didn't think they either had to or needed to.
All right, so let's move on.
Yeah.
E. Lockhart, whose real name is Emily Jenkins. That's not a comic book name. I don't know what is.
Yeah.
Discussed the upcoming graphic novel, stating, "Whistle is a hero like me. Like you, maybe. She is an ordinary person who sees what's wrong in her city and feels powerless to right it until she isn't."
I don't consider it my responsibility to right the wrongs of my town or whatever. In fact, I think it would be egotistical of me to assume such a thing. I think my skills are best applied to my area of expertise, and that's the problem with so many of these social justice people. They assume more competence and more clout than they actually have, and then when they're called on their egotism and their narcissism, they view it as being oppressed by somebody, when in actuality it's just somebody telling you, you do know you don't have the expertise to deal with that particular problem, right? And then you respond with, "How dare you? Of course, I have the ability to deal with any problem." And then when you crash and burn horribly like everyone expected you to, you blame some arbitrary conspiracy like the patriarchy instead of, well, gee, maybe I shouldn't have overextended myself in any way. Derp. Moving on.
Goes on to state, Whistle is a social activist, a secular Jewish person, and a teenage girl working to support her mother through sickness. All elements I haven't seen so much in superhero comics. I'm sorry, what the fuck? Wait, Don, before you, because I know you're going to do a rank. But for one thing, I believe the majority of like superhero comics started off as like kind of a Jewish power fantasy of sorts. That eventually,
you are correct, sir.
And let's forget, there are certain characters that were created for social movements, like Captain America, Black Panther, various others, but those are like main two that from Marvel that became very popular. Even Superman, when he first started, was kind of a fighter for the common man. Still kind of is more on the global scale.
And on the topic of Jewish characters, you know how Adolf Hitler reacted to Superman when the issue of Superman solving World War II came out? He literally referred to Superman as a Jew. And when the Führer of the freaking Nazis calls you a Jew and your creators were two Jewish guys, I'm pretty sure that's fairly conclusive. When you can get the Jew card from Hitler,
right?
But you win.
So also teenage girl, something you haven't seen much in superhero comics.
Yeah, have you been paying attention for I don't know, the last 10 years at least?
Well, also, just, I mean, you have Mayday Parker, you know, from the 90s, which was, you know, Spectacular Spider-Girl. Starfire, Raven, Donna Troy,
Tara.
Well, no, she's a villain.
Well,
okay, superhero comics. So yeah, Ravager, like Rose Wilson.
Cassie Lang,
Mm-hmm.
and of course, then you get into the more social justice-y ones like Riri Williams, which.
What else? I thought we were doing DC. Supergirl.
Let's see, other Stargirl.
Mm-hmm. By the way, again, amazing series. Like a total recommend of that series.
I still need to watch it. I hope it's as good as everyone says it is, because I've been hearing really good things. And I really like Stargirl as a character, so I hope they don't fuck it up.
Yeah. In terms of teenagers, I think that's really all I can remember.
I mean, there's Artemis from Young Justice.
Right. How the fuck did I not? Miss Martian from Young Justice. Rocket from Milestone, DC, and Young Justice.
Mm-hmm. Then you flip things over to Marvel, and you got Gwenpool, and
I also mentioned Mayday Parker. In terms of like great teenage girl characters in superhero comics, Mary Jane Parker. Mary Jane Watson.
Mm-hmm.
Well, does Felicia Hardy, Black Cat, count? Or what?
No, I wouldn't, because she wasn't a teenager when she was first introduced.
Okay, yeah. I just had to ask. Because I couldn't remember. But yeah. So Mary Jane Parker, Watson.
Tracy 13, the daughter of Dr. 13.
Mm-hmm.
Nico Minoru
from the Runaways.
Yeah.
I want to say Power Pack, but they're a bunch of kids.
Yeah, but the point being, you think that how the fuck did we miss this one? Batgirl.
Fuck. Barbara Gordon, right? Like.
Yeah.
Is that
how in the fuck did we went on this obscure list of characters that is like the great grandmother of all teenage girl heroes.
Yeah, so Barbara Gordon, Cassandra Cain, Stephanie Brown. Is that all Batgirls? Like teenage versions, I mean? Okay, well, no, we gotta.
Carrie Kelly.
Well, no, that was Robin.
Oh, well, yeah.
Robin in Dark Knight Rises.
But she was also a teenage girl, so she counts.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
But again, point being is that there are plenty of, like, everything you pointed out is has been done in superhero comics before.
Yep. And do we even need to bring up the fact that the creators of Superman were two Jewish dudes who literally published with DC because no one else would take their idea?
Mm-hmm. I think the first concept of Superman was that he was a bad guy, though.
I don't remember that, but
either way, either way. But yeah, moving back to the article because we're getting sidetracked there. But again, our obvious point is that superhero comics have kind of done everything to this point, like in terms of and like stories as well.
Yeah, you cannot think of a demographic that is not served by some comic somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Or story in general.
And it is one of the great things about superhero or about comics.
Mm-hmm.
They are anything and everything you could ever need them to be, and then some.
Yeah. Okay. All right. The story explores the dark ethically compromised side of a superhero's life as well as the empowerment.
What's dark about being a hero? Like, okay, once again, I think this is another one of those areas where they've blurred this line between superheroes and supervillains so much that they've forgotten that, like, the goal of a hero is supposed to be not to be a villain. And I don't get me wrong, there are plenty of really awesome anti-heroes. Constantine is probably my fourth favorite hero in all of comics. But, like, not every superhero is morally compromised. Some people are just that good. There are Captain Americas and Supermans, at least within the confines of comics. Now, granted, it can be hard to tell a story of a paragon who can literally do no wrong, morally speaking. That's why it's hard to write Superman and Captain America. But why do you automatically assume there's some inherent ethical issue with being a superhero? Unless you choose to write the character that way, there doesn't need to be one. And if you're making the choice thinking you're making some super smart point, need I remind you that comics have been self-aware and mocking themselves for at least as long as they've existed too. No matter how self-congratulatory and smarmy Alan Moore is about it. Anyway, moving forward.
Right.
Assuming Brainstormer hasn't fallen asleep.
No, I'm here. Just I didn't have anything to say. There's the thrill of corruption and the lure of riches on the one hand, versus an activist's belief in the rights of her community members on the other. So this just seems like simplified. It's just a typical.
Yeah, it's basically like Antifa if it were a superhero.
Well, no, I was gonna say simplified is it's the basic superhero story of selfishness or selflessness.
Mm-hmm. And once again, the activist bullshit aside, do you really think you're the first person to write a comic with those themes in mind?
Hello, have you ever heard of Spider-Man?
Yeah, like the poster child for with great power comes great responsibility. It's so common that it's now become a cliche to even say that phrase.
Don, you blipped out there.
Oh, I was adding to your point by saying the poster child for with great power comes great responsibility. A phrase that has become so universal and so ubiquitous that even quoting it is now a cliche and kind of funny.
And just because it's cliche doesn't mean.
Well, no, it doesn't mean it's not true. I'm just saying. Spider-Man has become such a poster child for with great power comes great responsibility that now even just saying the phrase with great power comes great responsibility is semi-funny to say because everyone is so familiar with it already.
Right. Ironically, I've written a Spider-Man character, but it's not really about responsibility. It's more about humility.
Mm-hmm.
I realize that's kind of a slight thing, but I thought.
Yeah, there's a quite fine line between those two things.
It's just the guy was like a performer in his youth and kind of grown an ego.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, I thought by how I wrote the character, it just made sense that the whole thing that revolved around him is not the responsibility of his powers, but to learn to be humble enough to wield them.
So sort of like if Dick Grayson had Spider-Man's powers.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, no, that's pretty much it. Yeah. All right. DC Comics reveals that they will make it very clear that Willow is a social activist, as they detail when she's not on the streets advocating for her community, she's volunteering at the local pet shelter. And how the fuck is she a superhero?
Yeah, it's the same problem as Trailblazer. If you make the character this ridiculous, over the top, unimpeachable saint in her mundane life, then what does being a superhero add to her character? Or what does her character add to her superhero identity?
Right. God damn it. I think I do this too much. No. I'll save it if it comes up again, but all right. They also reveal she will have her own sidekick in the form of a stray dog named Leibowitz that follows Zimmerman around and who she will eventually be able to communicate with.
And here, ladies and gentlemen, is where we get into the awful naming convention. Whistle is, of course, short for dog whistle.
Are you really?
I am not shitting you.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I wish to death that I was shitting you, but I am not shitting you.
It's so much better. Seriously.
Yeah, I warned you that it was worse than Whistleblower.
My God. So she talks to dogs. That's it. So she's Dr. Doolittle.
Well, as far as we know, only this one dog for some reason.
Okay.
Which is honestly even stupider. Because if she had the power to talk to dogs, at least it would be universal to all dogs. But nope, apparently just this one.
It would make sense if the dog was also in the accident that gave her the power. Like they were connected via that.
Yeah. But I don't know. It doesn't say that in the write-up, and I assume that would have gotten mentioned if it were the case.
You know what? I might have a repitch for this story.
By
the end of this article. Speaking of which, this might be the end. This might be the thing we end on.
Yeah, we might need it.
Yeah. All right. Not only will Gotham be reimagined, but DC Comics also reveals that Lockhart will be putting her unique spin on a few iconic characters from the Batman's mythos. God fucking damn it.
You can't just leave well enough alone, can you?
Lockhart reveals those characters include Killer Croc, the Riddler, and Poison Ivy.
You fucking leave the Riddler alone, you absolute twits of epic proportions. You leave the Riddler alone. Also Poison Ivy while I'm at it, because actually, no, just leave them all alone. Killer Croc doesn't deserve this either. Fuck off.
You know what? You know what? You know what? No. I'm going to save the pitch for the end.
Okay.
At least we'll be happy. Somewhat. I mean, we'll be disappointed because it's not the actual thing we're getting, but, you know.
But, yeah.
All right. Okay. So Lockhart states, Whistle has to ally herself with the rest of Gotham's criminal underworld in order to understand the forces that threaten her home neighborhood. DC let me pick from the incredible gallery of Gotham's rogues, characters I grew up reading about. It was a thrill to write Killer Croc, the Riddler, and most fun of all, Poison Ivy.
And how much do you want to bet they're going to turn Poison Ivy into a rabid feminist?
I mean, she kind of...
I mean, her character in particular lends itself to it, so I'm not going to be super mad when they do, but...
Well, she's not really a feminist, she's more of an eco-terrorist. But I get.
I could see her. I could see her adopting both because they're sort of adjacent ideologies, so that it works. But yeah, the way she said that of most thrilling of all Poison Ivy makes me think there's going to be some massive misandry here.
As long as they don't do what they did to Poison Ivy in the Harley Quinn animated series, I'm fine.
Oh, what happened?
Well, no, they just. I don't know. They just
because at least in the trailer, they made it seem like she was going to be at least cool, but
I will send you some clips. To be honest.
Oh God, I have a strong feeling I'm going to regret this.
But again, like I will save the pitch. Like it's brewing in my brain right now.
Okay.
So.
The storm is gathering.
What the? DC Comics explains that the Riddler will be Willow's uncle named Edward, who she turns to in order to make some extra income in order to help pay for her mother's cancer treatment.
The Riddler. The Riddler is her cool uncle. Like, in theory, that sounds awesome, but based on everything else we've seen, they're gonna ruin my, like, second or third favorite Batman villain, aren't they?
I mean, it opens up logical issues, though.
Of how the fuck does the Riddler have a business that she can even work at?
Well, not even that. If the Riddler how the fuck does the Riddler have a sister? You know, in terms of the mother.
Yeah.
And also, wouldn't the Riddler do everything he could to save his sister?
You would think.
Yeah, so it's just a lot of issues there. I mean, if this is like supposed to be an Elseworlds, I could forgive it, obviously.
But it sort of seems like this is supposed to be the main canon.
Right. Okay. Her uncle's jobs include her hosting private poker nights with Gotham's elites and bring her into contact with biologist and teacher Pammy Isley. So no, this is a fucking Elseworlds.
Or at least I hope. I hope they're really not stupid enough to try this in the main canon.
Okay. However, since she's actually working, she's no longer able to spend her time out on the streets with her activism.
I hate that we have to root for an Antifa character.
I'm not rooting for anyone.
Well, but what I mean is we're expected to find her activism either endearing or inspiring, and I'm just finding it to be a massive turnoff. Every time they bring up the fact that she's an activist, all I can think is, you don't have anything more interesting or at least more enjoyable to do with your time, really?
Alright. She eventually has an encounter with Killer Croc outside the local synagogue that leaves both her and Lebowitz injured. After waking up, they both gain the ability to communicate with each other as well as other unnamed developments. Ow. That's so fucking stupid.
I can't even. Why? Just why?
Okay. These new abilities, she kicks her activism into high gear and believes she can really save the world. However, she will be faced with a tough choice when she discovers that her uncle and his friends are actually some of Gotham's biggest criminals. What the?
Okay, so they're not doing it as an Elseworld, and they're not.
But their names should be well known throughout Gotham because they are some of the biggest goddamn criminals.
You would think.
I mean, assuming Batman exists.
Yeah.
Which mainly he has to, because most of these villains only exist because of him.
Uh-huh.
They would have been captured several times, therefore their names and pictures would be on the fucking television constantly.
Yeah, huh?
The illogical bullshit is driving me insane.
Uh-huh.
She will have to choose between staying loyal to her uncle who allowed her to keep her family together or further embrace her activism. See, I think they're confusing heroism with activism is the thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the weird thing is, if you replace heroism, you replace activism with heroism,
everything works.
Yeah, it works.
Or at least it's less stupid.
Yeah. But
it's activism instead, so it's all hipstery first world problem bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fucking hell. And they're gonna ruin one of my favorite Batman villains. Riddle me this, comic. How are you going to contend with a pissed off authenticator? Because this riddle will become very, very relevant to you sooner or later.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So this book will also introduce a new neighborhood to Gotham City called Downriver. Okay. Again, I like the idea of expanding Gotham.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah. The context is bullshit, obviously, but right.
Still bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Artist Manuel Peritano stated, "Designing a new character is always a great challenge. Emily and I had a great synergy in bringing Willow and her supporting cast to life. I also loved being able to draw so many dogs. I hope readers enjoy discovering Gotham City's Downriver, a new neighborhood we created for this book, and its inhabitants, cute dogs included." Ironically, the art's not bad. Like it reminds me of classic Spider-Man art.
Mm-hmm.
Like how it's colored and stuff.
Uh-huh.
My main issue is it doesn't seem. I don't think there's going to be any dynamic stuff to it. Is the thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I hope readers enjoy following the adventure of this new heroine, her friends, and the world we created. He added, "The graphic novel is expected to hit comic book shelves on May 11th, 2021. It will retail at $16.99.
This is going to crash and burn. It probably would have anyway, if we're being entirely honest, but at that price point in particular, dead.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a quick. Yeah, no,
I can get compilation trades of classic EC Comics horror comics for like $14 on Amazon. There is no way in hell I'm spending $16 on Dog Whistle.
17 actually. 17 or like $18 plus tax.
Well, I just checked. I just checked on. I think it was yesterday because Eric Breen and I were talking, and he told me, there were some EC horror comic trades.
Oh, no, I thought I was talking about the Whistle book.
Oh God, it's. How can you expect any? And not to mention, everyone's spending money is kind of cut in half because of lockdowns and so forth. And so, like, how are you expecting this comic isn't gonna crash and burn again, DC?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so all right, so I'm gonna do a quick rewrite pitch of Whistle.
Uh-huh.
Well, working title. I'm not writing any of this shit down, so I'm just replaying it by ear. All right. Whistle. New title. Whistle. Downriver Wraith.
Okay. Little edgy, but you usually justify it. Go ahead.
Okay. So within the neighborhood of Downriver, where a majority of Gotham's Jewish community lives,
Okay.
it finds itself under siege via a gang war against the Penguin and the Joker.
Okay.
As the Dark Knight unfortunately finds himself in the middle of trying to minimize casualties,
Mm-hmm.
young, what was her name again?
I don't remember.
We just read the fucking article.
It's amnestic.
Yeah. Well, I know her last name is Zimmerman. So yeah, let's just go with Girl Zimmerman.
Mm-hmm. Willow Zimmerman.
Willow Zimmerman.
Her name actually isn't that bad. I like her name actually.
No, it's just like I couldn't remember it for a second.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, young Willow Zimmerman unfortunately is hit with a chemical concoction by the Joker. Unfortunately, it is not laughing gas. Well, fortunately and unfortunately, it's not laughing gas.
Mm.
This unfortunately causes the young girl to be caught in a coma for several months.
Hmm.
Upon awakening, she finds out that her father, at the time rookie beat cop of the GCPD, was killed by the Joker.
Hmm.
Her mother, who is now trying to do everything she can to comfort the young girl and also keep them living within their apartment complex,
Mm-hmm.
is unfortunately thrown to the wayside by a daughter consumed with vengeance,
Mm-hmm.
and becomes, well, she discovers the abilities of similar to that of a wraith, being able to generate massive amounts of smoke to appear ethereal due to the chemicals that the Joker had used in his makeshift, I assume, grenade,
Mm-hmm.
and started to go after small criminals trying to find the Joker, like interrogate them and stuff like Batman would.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, she becomes known as the Downriver Wraith.
I like that.
Yeah.
I would add I would also maybe give her the powers similar to
I'm thinking for some reason I'm thinking like her costume would resemble the Phantasm.
yeah.
But either way, she gains the eye of Batman, because she's doing this shit and trying to go after Joker. Eventually, they come head to head as they both find Joker in Ace Chemicals, like his hideout.
Yeah.
And young Willow has the clown hanging over a vat of acid.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, it's a fairly typical Batman story, obviously, told from the perspective of the new character.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I said, I'm not doing like a video of this or anything, so I was just playing this by ear.
Well, it'll be recorded for posterity if you ever want to come back and get it anyway. So yeah.
Doubtful. But yeah, that's fairly what I would do with Whistle. The whistle part, I'm honestly not sure like how that would fit.
I'd give her powers similar to Black Canary, where when she whistles, it has like a supersonic quality to it.
It sounds like a banshee.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but other than that, that's how I would do Whistle Downriver Wraith.
Yeah.
Anyway, folks, with that, fuck, I closed my script.
We want to say goodbye, adios, auf Wiedersehen, cheers, and shalom. Now fuck off.
Don't forget to tip your waitresses. Both figures.
And don't name your characters after dog whistles, for the love of God.
Peace.